Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Hello, hello. There's a lot of you in here today. Hello, Nikki. Hello, congratulations on first. Tori, hello, congratulations on second. Marbs, thank you for 30 months. That is like almost 3 years. That's 6 months away from 3 years. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's 2.5 years. That's insane. How is everyone doing? Mock, hello. Rebdib, hello. Marbs, hello, hello. Wolfie, hello. You were the wiener. You were the wiener. I'm here. I appreciate you being here. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Neck is stiff. Did you sleep on it funny, or combo of just life and everything? All right, so I'm really hoping we can finish this today. I would really like to finish this game today. Went to bed at almost 5. Same. 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 You haven't left your bed, so are you still in bed right now? I support it. Pulled the stream up at the house before I left, so hopefully it loaded, but currently I'm at Chuck E. Cheese because the kid got invited. When I pulled Mix It Up, you were in chat when I opened Mix It Up, so I don't know if that means anything. I don't hear game. I don't hear game. Oh. What is going on? Is my headphones? I think my headphones like. Okay, because I literally just touched the connection and now I hear. Okay, so clearly I'm gonna get some new headphones. Okay. We're in Blackwater. We have 2 people to go to in Blackwater. Agent Ross and Harold McDougal. But why? I have nothing in my brief. Great. Oh, yeah. You revert the good old reverse psychology. Sorry, ladies. Couldn't, obviously.
Hey, come on. These cards are ready for your hand.
Sorry, Pink. Uh-oh. Between 7 and 10. What time is it now? It's like 1 a.m. Okay. So I guess I have to rest again? I wish you could just rest and not have to save.
Keep
Sorry.
your eyes open, mister.
Keep your eyes open, mister. Definitely your fault, not mine. Howdy. Howdy. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, sorry.
No thanks, ma'am.
No thanks, ma'am. Oops, wrong button. Oh, second one. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter which one I'm saving in, because I'm further in this one. So I guess it really doesn't matter, but whatever. Alright, now, what time is it? Oh, it's like 9. Okay. Wait. In the morning, right? Hey there. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Sorry.
Please mind how you go, Mr. Marston.
he just went face first into the side of these boxes. Oh my god. Oh, that would have definitely been very painful in real life. Oh my god.
Incredible. Simply incredible. Hello, Professor. Hello, sir. Oh, Mr. Marston, sir. Good day, good day. How are you?
Well, my family's health and well-being are being threatened by some unscrupulous government agents, and my own hard-won freedom is under duress. But these problems aside, I suppose I'm fair.
Yes, the problems of civilizing nomads. Tell me, sir, are you from Norse stock?
Not as far as I know. I was raised in an orphanage. My father was Scottish.
Unfortunate. You'd make an interesting case for my theory of natural population characteristics.
Really?
Well, yes, a white man, obviously, but with a savage spirit. Trust me, sir, I mean savage in the best possible sense. Natural nobility, but also simple, pure. I've been looking at some blood samples through my microscope, and you know what?
Jeez.
No.
That has to get turned down.
It's a remarkable breakthrough. I've been looking at the blood of both natives and white men of corresponding height, weight, and age, and you know what?
Again, no.
They're exactly the same. It's remarkable. It completely refutes my last book. But I'll tell you what, sir. This sabbatical in the field may have been somewhat forced upon me by circumstance, but my scholarship has benefited enormously. Would you like to partake of a syringe of cocaine? I've quite enough for two.
Excuse me?
This minute, no.
So it's a remarkable drug. It entirely restores the ego. It takes one back to a primal state. It helps my thinking enormously. Nastas, come on. Come in, sir. Would you like to take off your slippers? Or skin a rabbit?
I feel so blown away right now.
I know we cannot see the stars, but still my heart is pure.
This guy is like, motherfucker, I fucking speak English.
These savages must be spoken to simply in metaphors.
No, sir. I grew up on a reservation and attended school.
Oh, lovely.
But I can show you what you want to see. I know where the group of bandits you seek are hiding. Both of you. Vanderlyn has attracted a following of young men on the reservation. They are turning to bad things.
The savage heart cannot be conventionally civilized. I was right all along.
Where's Dutch Vanderlyn based?
In the hills. In Cochene.
Cochene.
Let's go. I know a way there that is not guarded.
Marvelous. It's simply marvelous.
I cannot. This dude really was like, "Can I offer you a syringe of cocaine?"
Mr. Marston.
Come, let's hurry.
Jeff, do you want to do some cocaine? Jeff, how you feeling? You feeling cocaine-ish?
You gonna kill him too?
Feeling like a little spot of cocaine?
What is it with you people
A little
out here?
syringe of cocaine?
Vanderlyn fascinates me. A white man living among natives.
Come on.
A civilized mind turned savage. It's reverse integration or regressive
I had to itch my leg.
alteration.
No, I had to itch my leg. Go back, Jeff, go back. Jeff, go
None
back.
of that civilized.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
That's so funny. I had to itch my leg for a second. I couldn't turn.
Mr. Marston, buffalo. Oh, what a noble beast.
Oh my gosh, can I hunt
see
the
him.
buffalo?
White man will soon be there.
What on earth are you talking about, the stars?
Oh yeah, I haven't gone north yet. Is this north now?
Your
Hold on.
society-
Pause. Yeah. I'm north now. This was blocked off before. That's right. Okay.
is
Cool.
based around hunting.
But we hunt to eat, not for
What was it?
sport.
I was looking for
Soon
something. I
there'll
think I was
be
looking for
no
like
buffalo
beaver or
left.
something up here before. Well, but I clearly missed that side quest.
Extinction is a myth refuted by Darwin. Species don't die, they evolve.
Hi,
Hunting
Obi.
in time will make the
I actually
buffalo
just
stronger.
ate dinner before I went live. Well, I guess it's kind of late lunch. I'll probably eat something later too. Around like 8. Obi, how are you? Welcome in.
These trees are quite foreboding, Nastas. Are you sure this is the right way?
Yes,
Oh my gosh,
sir.
this guy
It's rather
is so
dark.
like
Ain't you never seen trees before?
tall trees.
I thought you were a brave cultural explorer. It's this way, mister.
Good Lord, no. I rarely
No,
leave my
we're
room.
not bear
I
claws.
explore with the mind, Mr. Marston.
Well, what
Enjoy
do
it
you
while
have?
you still can. Soon you will have cut down all of these trees.
Me? Or are you making a sweeping statement about the white man in general?
There is
Whoa.
no respect for the land
Relax
anymore.
with that.
I'm sensing some hostility, Nastas. Some
Boar
anger.
man.
Talk me through this primal
Snow.
emotion, where it's coming
Jon
from.
Snow.
Don't worry about it, Professor.
I'm so cold with just my little leather vest jacket thing.
Come on.
There's so much like after us right now. Ooh, where are we going?
There's the cliff. We'll leave the horses here and climb the rest of the way.
Oh. Okay. Jeff, stay here, buddy. Best boy.
Remarkable. I'm afraid I don't really have much of a head for heights. More of a head for highs. well, anyway, I'm sure Nastas will help you. I must be on my way. I've got work to do.
Thanks for the help.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Enjoy yourselves.
Come on. I see a spot where we can climb up.
We can climb up. Cocaine and slippers? Mm-hmm. Thank you, GG bot. Very nice. How very convenient. Oh no, it's gonna fall.
Damn.
Oh, damn. Oh no.
See if you can find another route, Mr. Marston. I will have a look around.
Of course. Wouldn't be a video game if not for... Uh-oh, this way is blocked. Seemed... Come on, jump on the... Oh, you dumbass. Jump to the cliff, clearly labeled for you to jump on. Here. There. He's just like, yeet. I love when games are remastered or like re-released for PC, but the controls are absolutely not adapted to PC. So like the fluidity of not being able to put emphasis on like a small amount of pressure on the keys. Like I can't lightly push W. Like if I want to walk, it's very difficult to like halfway compress the keys, you know? Like, I don't know how to explain it. They don't adapt it for PC controls. It's just very funny to me. So, like, look at how, like, janky the turns are. It's like, it's just so funny.
There's a cave over here. You might go through or up the mountain.
Wait, can I go in here and stuff? Yeah, there's a chest right there. See? Wharf. Wharf. Alright, I also need to get some side questing, I think. So I can get treasure maps, like Dave said.
Yes, look at this. A mine shaft.
Mine shaft. What if... Oh my god, that took everything away from my joke. Ew. No one was here for it either. It sucks. Ugh. What if I throw a rope at it? Hi, horseman. How's Planet Crafter treating you? What the fuck? Turn on, Jeff was following you through the mine. Well, I would probably freak out because I don't want him to get hurt. But also, there was a cut scene that we know we left them, so. Ah! See, I couldn't turn around because of the control shit that I was just telling you about. Okay. Yeah, here it comes. Okay. Goodbye. Okay, again with the fucking bullshit right there. This other guy, like, I see the dot, but I don't fucking see him. What the? Oh, first of all, that was not down. That was up. Arrow, you were very wrong. Meet with Nastas. Looties, looties, looties. No, you're not gonna loot me? Okay, fine, whatever. Whatever. Why can't I loot these dudes? Rude. Chucky's about to come out. Getting into Mother Glacier's now and having a map up in space so I can see how big the planet is.
I'll be fine, but you go ahead.
I love-
I don't want to slow you down. You sure you're all right? Just need to take it slow.
I love that in Planet Crafter, the only threat of death is like starving to death or running out of oxygen or running out of water. Like there's no threat of like monsters or like creatures to hurt you or enemies. I love it. It's such a great survival craft.
Go on. I'll catch up or see you on the way down. Don't worry about me. Go look for Vanderlyn.
Right, now can I loot? I can't fucking loot.
You don't want to miss your chance.
I can't
I'll be
loot.
fine.
Where did it go? This way? Oh, okay, yeah, clearly. I can't loot anything though. Wait. Is this? I don't want to spoil it for myself. But is this where I get hurt and then what's his name? At the beginning of the second game, it comes and helps me? Oh, you better let me loot this fucking bear. I'm stuck. Bro, I can't fucking loot anything. I don't know if it's me or if it's just like the quest won't let me. I didn't know how many, first of all, I didn't know how many shots the bear takes because like bears are supposed to be like scary. I don't know if it's me though. I'm gonna quit my game and reload it. Hello, thank you. See, that shit right there is exactly what I'm talking about when I say like I fucking like why do we have to launch another launcher on top of the scene?
I got the next couple lines, but then it goes.
So stupid. I don't know if that was me or if it was the quest, and I'm gonna be really upset if that, like, was actually the quest, and I just couldn't, loot for whatever reason, because it's, excuse me, supposed to be in a rush or something. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. I didn't get very, very far, so... And I had just rested to make time move, too, so... I should be okay. Unless it actually brings me to the checkpoint of the quest. EA, yeah, EA does it, too. I fucking hate it. Especially because I had a bunch of games. Oh. Whoa. 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 Okay. Alright, I guess we're just gonna, Battlefield 3 always did it. Guess we're gonna just restart this PC real quick? I'm not sure. That was crazy. Like, you saw that he was freaking out. Hi, Horseman. Look at that. Not even having to end stream so I can restart my gaming PC. It's so convenient. Hasn't turned off yet, though, which is weird. Oh. Oh. I guess it doesn't need to turn all the way off, then. That's crazy. Yeah, because it's already back. That's crazy. It's already back on. She is. She's actually out at a family dinner, family barbecue dinner, whatever you want to call it. Which I did not. I did not want to go to. Alright. So the computer's back up. Just let Steam do its thing. Yeah, it drives me crazy because I have Fallen Order, the Star Wars game Fallen Order. Like, I bought it like through Steam on sale or whatever, and it still uses the fucking EA launcher, and I'm like, why? Like, if I wanted to buy it on EA, I would have bought it on EA, but I bought it on fucking Steam. I hate it. No, I don't know if it's Steam or I just restarted my gaming PC because the game seemed to like not let me like loot. So then I restarted it and then it was stuttering. So I was like, I'm just gonna restart my gaming PC. Okay, here we go. Let's try again. Connecting to Rockstar Games. Shut up. There's so many people. Yeah. All right, let's try again. Let's try again. But that's too far. Pre-compiling shaders. There we go. Normal. Okay. That's taking a while. Okay. Not stuttering this time, which is good. That's a good sign. Now, hopefully, it means I can loot also. Where was I going? I went to this one, right? Yeah, this one. Yeah. Now, am I able to skip dialogue since I've seen it, technically?
Incredible. Simply incredible.
Hello, Professor.
Oh, hello, sir. Oh, Mr. Marston, sir. Good day. Good
Oh,
day.
no, I can't.
How are you?
Well, my family's health and well-being are being
So he's gonna
threatened
offer
by
us
some
cocaine
unscrupulous
again.
Government agents, and my own hard-won freedom is under duress.
No, Wolfie is at Chuck E. Cheese
Ah, yes,
Horseman.
the
That's why he
problem
can't
of
hear.
Civilizing nomads. Tell me, sir. Are you from Norse stock?
Not as far as I know. I was raised in an orphanage. My father was Scottish.
Unfortunate. You'd make an
Drugs.
interesting case for my theory of natural population characteristics.
Really?
Well, yes, a white man, obviously, but with a savage spirit. Trust me, sir, I mean savage in the best possible sense. Natural nobility, but also simple, pure. I've been looking at some blood samples through my microscope, and you know what?
No.
Well, of course you don't. It's a remarkable breakthrough. I've been looking at the blood of both natives and white men of corresponding height, weight, and age, and you know what?
They're the same.
Again. No.
They're exactly the same. It's remarkable. It completely refutes my last book. But I'll tell you what.
Wow,
this sabbatical
racism.
may have been somewhat forced upon me by circumstance, but my scholarship has benefited enormously. Would you like to partake of a syringe of cocaine? I've quite enough for two.
Not right this minute, no.
Gosh.
Oh, it's a remarkable drug. It entirely restores the ego. It takes one back to a primal state. It helps my thinking enormously. Nastas, come on. Come in, sir.
I'm gonna be so
Would
bummed.
you like to take off
I'm gonna be
your
so
slippers?
bummed
Or
if we get there and
skin
it was
a
just the
rabbit?
quest making it so I couldn't loot anything.
I know we cannot see the stars, but still my heart is pure, and we meet as equals. These savages must be spoken to simply in metaphors.
No, sir. I grew up on a reservation and attended school.
Oh, lovely.
But I can show you what you want to see. I know where the group of
Freaky
bandits
Freddy.
you seek are hiding. Both of you. Vanderlyn has attracted a following of young men on the reservation. They are turning to bad things.
The savage heart cannot be conventionally civilized.
You could
I was right
skip.
all along.
Where's Dutch Vanderlyn based?
In the hills. In Cochene. Let's go. I know a way there that is not
Now we
dark.
have to do this trip again.
Marvelous. It's simply marvelous.
Okay. Jeff.
A scientist, a criminal, and a savage. What a strange trinity we make.
Come, let's hurry. Stay close.
So, I understand we have a mutual interest in Mr. Vanderlyn?
You gonna kill him too?
Kill him? Good God,
Scratch
no!
anything?
What is it with you people out here? No, Vanderlyn fascinates me. A white man living among natives. A civilized mind turned savage. It's reverse
Right,
integration or
bro. With the
regressive
just chill with the
acculturation.
racism for
I
5
don't know.
minutes.
I haven't found a
I
name
promise
like
you'll be
yet.
fine.
He was never that civilized.
Yeah, there we go. See, I
But
made it
of
that time.
course.
Made it that time.
Edgar
Didn't
Ross
scratch my leg.
mentioned
Made it
your
that time.
unique History with the man, although I was
But now I'm gonna get a drink.
very
Let's
at
see.
the time, I must admit, surfing great waves of euphoria. Anyway, yes, some kind of Robin Hood, Oedipus, communist tale of naivete and betrayal, if I remember
Look at
correctly.
the buffalo. Holy, that one almost killed us.
I wouldn't try to read too much into it.
Oh my god, these buffalo are
Job to read
crazy
much
this
of
time.
Everything, dear boy. Look, Mr. Marston, buffalo. Oh, what a noble beast.
I see him.
The white man
I
will
see
soon
him.
be the end of them.
What on earth are you talking about, Nastas?
Too much hunting.
Oh, this
sir.
white man's
Your
about to be
whole
the end of
society
someone.
is based
Deer.
around hunting.
No, I
We
can't.
hunt
I can't
to
stop.
eat, not for
Deer.
sport. Soon there will be no buffalo left.
Who teaches you this nonsense? Extinction is a myth refuted by Darwin. Species don't die, they evolve. Hunting in time will make the buffalo stronger.
What? You are a terrible scientist.
These trees are quite foreboding, Nastas. Are you sure this is the right way?
Yes, sir.
It's rather dark.
It's this way, mister.
That's a
Ain't
tree,
you never
Jeff.
seen trees before? I thought you were a brave cultural explorer.
Good Lord, no. I rarely leave my room. I explore with the mind, Mr. Marston.
Enjoy it while you still can.
We got rid of
Soon you will
animatronics
have
for
cut
dance
down
floor.
all of these trees.
And they changed the look. I did
Or are
see
you
that
making a
Chucky looks
sweeping
different,
statement
yeah.
about the white man in general?
Is there like a
no
dude in a Chucky
respect
suit
for
at
the
least?
land anymore.
I'm sensing some hostility, Nastas. Some anger. Talk me through this primal emotion, where it's coming from.
Don't worry about it, Professor. Yup. There's the cliffs. We'll leave the horses here and climb the rest of the way.
Okay. We would have had lobotomies or in an asylum, that's true.
I'm afraid I don't really
Still
have
pretty
much
good
of a head
pizza?
for heights.
Ooh,
More of a
pizza
head for
sounds kind
highs.
of good.
well, anyway, I'm sure Nastas will help you. I must be on my way. I've got work to do.
Thanks for the help.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Enjoy yourself.
Goodbye.
Come on. I see a spot where we can climb up.
Goodbye. Goodbye. I don't think I'd be able to do that. If I'm being totally honest, I don't have very good upper body strength. I have pretty good leg strength and like core strength, but I don't have very good upper body strength. I don't think I'd be able to pull somebody up like that. I'm not sure I could even pull myself up like that.
Damn.
I might be able to, maybe.
See if you can find another route, Mr. Marston. I will have a look around.
Do do do. No, no. Ah. No. I swear, John Marston. A latte? That sounds good. I had a bacon cheeseburger. And it was delicious. Whee. Right, I need to shoot something before we get there so that I can make sure I can loot. There's nothing. There's nothing. Pew pew.
I think there's a path through this cave.
Oh my god. Like that shit? No way. No way. I'd be so screwed in like an apocalypse or something.
Yes, look at this. A mine shaft. That was my fault.
An espresso?
No harm
Are
done.
those the same size as K-pods though? Or do you need different pods for them?
This way.
Thought so. Alright, so I guess it like... if I can loot this guy, maybe? No, I can't. It's gotta be this quest. That fucking sucks. Alright, I guess we'll see. Go. 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 Alright, can I loot any of these dudes? There's this revolver gun. Or revolver ammo. Revolver ammo, I meant. Loot? Okay. So, that's good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Because I definitely want that bear hide.
Bad.
I don't think you should go any further.
I'll be fine. But you go ahead. I don't want to slow you down.
You sure you're all right?
Just need to take it slow. Go on.
Looting is
I'll catch
open,
up.
baby.
We'll see you on the way down.
Okay.
Don't worry about me. Go look for Vanderlyn.
Good luck. Funny. He dies.
Let's make
Is that a
this
spoiler or are you guessing? Or not. Okay. Fair. Those are usually the options. Dying or not dying are usually the two options there. You're either dying or you're not dying. You're either dying or you're not dying.
Glass fill.
Okay, give me this bear. Where's the skin? Skin. Restarted my whole PC for that. Worth it. Why are you being like this, OBS? Okay. You start dying when you turn 25? Well, that's just sad. I can't get off. There we go. This way? This way? Anyways, what I meant to say before I got totally distracted by quite literally everything is this where, because at the very beginning of Red Dead 2, which remember, I didn't play for very, very long, you rescue John Marston in the snow somewhere. Ooh, a Coog. Sorry, Nikki, I love you. Mwah.
This is messy.
Yeah, you play as somebody else in 2. Mm-hmm. And what's confusing, which is why I ended up stopping 2, is 1 came out first, 2 came out second. Obviously, that's why they're 1 and 2. But 2 takes place before 1. So, like, all these stories that you've been hearing John telling about, like, the gang he was in and stuff like that. Like, oh. I can't believe I just slid on the fucking dead cougar body. All the stories John's been telling about the gang he was in, I believe all that happens in 1. I mean, I'm sorry, in 2. In 2. Oh, come on. I can't believe I slid on the cougar's dead body and it knocked me all the way down. Stop. There. It was bloody, true. It's probably very slippery. Okay, so I have to go over here. And then I kind of even like don't know where I was supposed to go from here. Oh, am I oh, I think I'm supposed to go up actually. I don't even think I was supposed to go around. Oh look, a bald eagle. Why did he just go off to the edge there? I can't believe that. That's so crazy. Oh look, the bear. Wait, so I can kill the bear again? And get another hide? Wait, how do I get... I have to go back down this way? I can't believe that. Like, it's so sensitive if you're so close to the edge. That's crazy. I was just like... Okay, got another bear ahead of it though. Grizzly meat. Okay. Go slow this time because as I literally just said like not even 15-20 minutes ago is that this PC re-release remaster, they didn't remaster the controls to be for keyboard and mouse. But I can't shoot for shit with a controller anymore. I used to be okay, not anymore. Maybe I shouldn't run, but... Hello? How are you with IRL weapons? I can actually shoot a bow. But I've never shot a gun before. Not really sure if I want to. But I actually can and have shot a bow before. I used to have a bow, but my dickhead dad took it when he left. I hate the EA launcher. Good job, bot. Alright. Even though I did not get distracted by the eagle, because I wasn't gonna, like, shoot the eagle, I don't know why I fucking slid off of here. Alright, let's get real close to the wall this time. Like, right here is where he just slid. Okay. Do I kill? Do I not kill? What do I do? Neutralize the scout without alerting the fortress to your presence. Okay. Throwing knives are so ridiculous. Scout. I'm looking for evidence. Okay, this is a... Oh. I must have just barely seen him. Oh, okay. Oh, so clearly he sees me. Well, he thinks I'm dead, though. Where am I dead?
Mr. Marston? Mr. Marston! Mr. Marston! Here you go, Mr. Marston.
Put that stuff away.
You banged your head. Nastas and I carried you down. Nastas heard the shots and he hurried up to rescue you, and he carried you down. I improvised an escape plan. I'm more of a planner than a man of action.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Friends of mine are with Vanderland.
We must try to reason with them, sir. Vanderland's gang contains several natives. We must meet with them and try to save them from disaster.
My people have already endured many disasters. Before, this was all our land.
And now we have brought you civilization. Well, sure, it hasn't been easy, but it hasn't been easy for anyone, Nastas. Why, I knew a man in Yale whose father once shot 18 natives in one afternoon out in Wyoming. Oh, the man was quite traumatized. He took to lying with choir boys.
For a wise man, you are a very stupid man.
Yes. Yes.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
I'm gonna leave you to figure out right from wrong.
You are simple-minded, sir. Thus, I do not blame you for not understanding reason. Then again...
You fucking tell him.
Watch yourself,
Oh.
miss.
Sorry? Oh wait, there's another quest for him now already? I just came from there.
What's the rush there?
I'm gonna run into her again. See what happens. Nothing? Okay, sorry. Well, hello.
Marston, sir! It's good to see you, Old Bean. Good to see you.
Old Bean.
You too, Professor.
Forgive me, I am in a state of remarkable agitation, partly due to standard narcotic impulses, but also due to the fact that I have finally solved the riddle that has tormented my mind these past 8 years.
What's that?
The nature of the savage soul! What makes some societies great, like ours, and others, yeah, not worse. I would never use a pejorative such as worse, but lesser! Meaning. What makes these beings less human than us? Closer to beast on the continuum between animal and God. You know, I argued with Fortescue at Yale about this. It caused a minor scandal. But I shall be proven right, sir. I shall. Mark my words.
Oh, it might be the vial of cocaine. Oh, I'm sorry. The syringe of cocaine.
Show them all what civilization is all about. The redskins and the nubs at Yale. Come, sir. I have a way to sate both our desires. I will bring you, Vanderland, and me, the evidence of savages reverting to type. Come, sir.
Bro really wants me to come with him so he can just prove that he's racist as fuck.
With the horses. Where is he? Where is he? My heart's beating like a drum.
Try to calm down,
Calm
Professor.
down. I've never been
Yeah,
so excited
it's
in all my
probably
life.
the fucking cocaine, my guy.
Hello, Professor.
Jeff.
Mr.
He's all
Marston.
coked out of his
Yo.
mind.
Yo!
Jeff, the doc's all fucked up on
Years of
coke.
research.
What were you talking about back there? Where are we going?
Nastas has set up a meeting. A powwow, I think they call it. A meeting of minds, of souls. Indians and whites, academics and criminals coming together to find a common understanding.
Nostis, this fool's making no sense.
Some of Vanderlyn's men have agreed to meet with Professor McDougal up at Bear Claw Cabin.
Why the hell would they want to do that?
I think they are interested to find out what conclusions a white man has reached on hundreds of years of culture and society from the comfort of his hotel room.
Wonderful! Do you think I could ask for a skin sample from the
Ew.
soles of their feet?
I don't think that's a good idea.
This guy is actually fucking insane. I'm not sure it's just the cocaine.
A touch of the old jitters.
No kid.
It's no small relief to have the two of you along with me. Especially you, Nastas. You really have made remarkable progress in the short time I've known you.
I'm glad you have found it useful.
I've always been a little
Oh,
afraid
look at
of
the blue
savages.
jay. Bear!
Now we have no choice.
Let's get out of here. We can't.
No, I need to skin it. Wait, I need to skin it. This is so important.
Tough one, ain't you?
Come on, Jeff.
Show a bit of enthusiasm.
Come on, Jeff.
Don't take it back there like a wet blanket. Hurry! We're going to miss the meeting.
Well, we're not. Jeff is faster than all fucking 5 of you put together. Even the ones that don't exist yet.
Here we are.
Slow down.
Get off your horse.
Stay close, Mr. Marston. I'm a little out of my comfort
Can't be easy
zone.
for once. Oh no. Okay. Hi, DJ. I hope you have a good day. To the cabin.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Hello, gentlemen. We come in peace.
Those words mean nothing coming from people like you. Look at what you've done to us. Look at us! We live like animals, scrabbling in the dirt.
Well, well, violence isn't the answer.
Maybe you live in a different America than we.
Men like Vanderlyn will lead you to disaster.
I think we've already experienced disaster. The likes which you could only imagine. Put your hands up!
We come in peace. Do as he says, Marston.
You call this a meeting? Give me your damn weaponry.
This is
You have hope
not
of passing the course you
we
failed
agreed.
last semester.
You
Let's
shut
go.
your mouth, you treacherous snake!
Holy shit! Damn, Dutch! Professor, get down now!
They shot Nastas.
They killed the stars. Marston, you have to get us out of here.
Hold on.
Just
I
keep
want
your head down!
this one first of all.
Whatever you do, please don't leave me in here.
Yo, Jeff is right fucking there, my guy.
About enough of field work for today. Time to return
Holy
home.
shit.
I don't know about you, Professor,
Holy
but I say we
shit.
get the hell out of here.
You don't have to tell me twice. Let's get back to
That was insanity.
What have you got for me?
You're twinning? Yeah, you guys got this. We all believe in both of you guys.
crazy. What if they come back?
I'm still gonna loot. Sorry. Hey Jeff, we gotta go, buddy.
Come on!
I can't believe they shot Nastas.
We should move quickly. There's plenty more where
That's
they came from.
God, I feel
crazy.
terrible! My head is pounding!
Getting shot at'll do that to you.
I'm completely drained! It's like my body has aged 10 years!
Stop moaning and ride.
Oh,
You're
fuck,
alive.
fuck.
Yeah. I thought we was friends.
Okay.
I'm
The
giving
cocaine
you enough
withdrawal, it
chances to walk away.
also probably is that. Why are we not moving, Jeff?
Come on. You're dead, friend.
Okay. Pee Wee Herman was in a talent competition. I don't think I knew that.
Well, I can safely say that was the worst experience of my life.
This
I
guy's
wish I could
back
say
is
the
all
same.
shot up.
Blackwater. Ah, I will never talk ill of you again.
Civilization in all its glory, Mr. McDougal.
And am I glad to be back? I'm in dire need of a syringe.
A syringe of
Something to clear
cocaine.
the mind, restore the
Yeah.
spirit.
So you ain't planning on sleeping then?
Sleep, my dear boy. I'll probably never sleep again.
Gosh. I agree, Nikki. I told you you were right.
Slow it up. Safe and sound. Thank the Lord.
So much for a meeting of minds.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. I could be boiling in a pot right now if it wasn't for you.
Get some rest, Professor.
That's wild. There's like not a treasure up here? No, no. That's unfortunate. It seemed like a good place for treasure. Alright, let's go see what this guy wants. There's another McDougal quest. I don't know. Is this one later? Go back between 6 and 5. It is 4:30-ish.
Hello there.
So we'll go do this one. Oh wait, a newspaper. Hello. Buy a newspaper. Let's see if we've made the news this time around. Okay, tyrannical governor overthrown. The bloody rebellion in Mexico claimed its first high-profile victim. Yep. Allende. Yep. Mr. Reyes promised to bring greater political freedom. Yep. Aw. What a, foreshadowing right there. Tapeworm custody battle. The story of a colossal tapeworm extracted from the body of a young Blackwater girl by resident physician Cyril Purvis took a strange turn today when the girl's mother demanded that it be returned to its rightful owner. The tapeworm, which measures 52 feet and is the longest on record, was removed intact and survived outside the body for a further 11 hours. More than 300 people at a cost of 5 cents each came to gawp at the Hydra-headed monster, and Dr. Purvis now plans to sell its preserved corpse to a museum, a circus, or a custoda enthusiast. The girl's mother claims that the stomach annelid is tantamount to a biological granddaughter, and that any pecuniary gain should be hers and hers alone. When questioned about the incident, Dr. Purvis responded with, "There's only one true parasite in this whole charade." Holy fuck. Patent's probably secured. Vicente de Santa of the Mexican army has been reported deceased. Yep. Small cabin for sale at the Manzanita trading post in Tall Trees. Ooh, I want to go buy that. Wanted outlaw Bill Williamson has been found dead in the town of Escalera, Mexico. I did that. And take by rail excursions courtesy of the Pacific Union Railroad. That's cool. Fun for all the family. Oh, you missed it. Oh my god, Horseman, I just read this crazy story out loud and you missed it. Richard Singer was arrested. She was repeatedly refused to wear a corset as is deemed proper attire, and her chemise was often visible below her petticoats. Oh my gosh. Famed outlaw Dutch Vanderlyn was sought alive, unfortunately well, in our region. Renegade outlaws and robbers for many years has now resurfaced, and it seems has not given his life over to the Lord. Mr. Vanderlyn, wanted for questioning over several murders and robberies back in the early years of the century, is now being linked to a recent assault on a farm just north of Blackwater in which 2 men were killed. New governor comes under attack. The Jones American has a hack. Yeah, I did that too. That's so funny. 127 legends in the U.S. Smallest number in 20 years. Number of people killed in automobile accidents is rising. Automobiles routinely exceeding 20 miles per hour, putting children, the elderly, and horses at risk. Not all of them, but yeah, there's a lot of them that do. There's a lot of them that do. That's cool. That's crazy. Buy old papers?
Thank you.
Oh, apparently I missed some newspapers. There's no new edition of newspaper. Come back and check from... Okay. How do I look at all of my newspapers now? Newspaper. How do I know which one is which? Okay, so that's the one I just read. I don't think I've read this one. Because look at this right here. Stamina tablets for horses or expectant women. Buy your medicine south of the border at Medico del Pueblo. Buffalo rifles, men's suit, night's watchman. To notify all parties to... This is to notify all parties whom it may concern that I will not be responsible for any debts or accounts contracted against my name. Mr. Nigel West Dickens, Esquire. See, but this one says 57. Hold on. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. Oh, so okay, so they start at 53. Okay, so... Grave robber captured, but crimes persist. Oh, that's Seth. Williamson, yeah, okay. Williamson gang reign of terror. Not since Dutch Netherlands crew is operating in West Elizabeth has a group caused so much cuts. Yeah, okay. So this is the first one. This is just hearing about it. People missing in Cholla Springs. Yeah, that's a side quest. Tumbleweed Haunted, that's a side quest. Young boy missing. Ralph Anderson. Please contact Grace Anderson of Armadillo. I think yeah. Miss Molly Brannigan. Mr. Melvin Brannigan. Horse deeds for sale. Cart race to be held at Gaptooth Reach. And then... I think it's this one. I think this is the... Wait, no. Where's the one about the racing? I don't know. But there was one where then it talked about me doing the race. Died by gunshot. He'll be missed by no, but yeah, I've read this one. I've read this one. Yep. Night Watchman dead. Yeah, I read this one. Is that the main story? So main story says it's 17.5 hours, which I don't believe because I've been playing this main story for quite a while. So I'm not sure, but I also don't I haven't been fast traveling everywhere.
What a pleasant surprise, Mr. Marston. An informant just told us some interesting news. Our mutual friend, Mr. Vanderlyn, is about to pay call on his bank manager. What do you say to having a little financial discussion with the fella? This way.
Let's get up on the roof. We'll have a clear shot at them from there.
I was just on the roof. Or is this a different roof? Oh, there's lots of roofs you can get up on. That's crazy.
That door is the only way in and out of the building, so cover it tight.
Who are we shooting?
See those horses to the left by the building across the street? Dutch's boys hitched them there. They'll have to run that way to make their escape. Don't start shooting until they're out in the open. If we spook them, they might retreat back and hole up inside. Don't shoot till I give you the signal. Keep your sights trained on that bank door. You ain't no meter that I've seen before.
Oh, I definitely don't want that shit.
Someone's coming out. He's unarmed. Hold your fire. The bastard's killed. Open fire. They're in the window. Pick them up.
Is this a guy? What are we fucking shooting at?
See the round from the bank? Take him up. Watch the door! We're trying to run out!
Hurry up and reload.
You see them running through the bank? Take them out!
Who the fuck else? Okay, clearly I guess it's
Headed to the
everybody.
bank with Hopkins and Manning. Get Dutch. Be careful. There may be some innocent people there.
We can take them.
Did they kill anyone? The NPCs, you mean? I'm not
They'll
sure.
cover the windows from up top. Follow me. Marston, shoot the door open. Move in. Keep an eye out for civilians. That was close.
Get 250 headshots. Let's go. I'm a gamer. No, I fucking didn't.
Come on, let's get in there.
I just got upstairs. What you mean?
Let's go! This way!
Help me! Please!
Alright, let's go upstairs.
Oh my god! Help me!
Alright, where? I don't see where the hostage is, which is kind of a problem.
Please don't kill me!
Yeah, see, I don't see where I don't see where they are.
Let's move. They'll cover the windows from up top. This way. Marston, shoot the door open. Move in. Keep it in.
Oh, that's the hostage.
Oh my lord! It's all going to hell!
I ain't no medicine Indian. You people get out of here. Head to the town hall.
Good work.
Okay.
Hiding upstairs.
I thought the hostage was upstairs. Yeah, you were right, Horseman. I thought she was upstairs. Well, anyway, I did it.
How's he getting so close? I think they're behind this door. Marston, come on.
It was a small room, but also like the dots aren't always the easiest.
Let's go! Don't just stand there! Get over here!
The
Oh,
Dutch?
it's nice to see you,
Yeah,
Jeff.
it looks like a
Hello,
Dutch.
Dutch.
How's Abigail?
Well, I hope. Ain't seen her for a while.
Because you've been chasing me?
Let the woman go, Dutch.
Of course. Of course. How's your little boy?
He ain't so little now.
No, he must be what? 15? 16? Doesn't time fly?
Don't adjust. It's over, man.
Of course. Of
No, he's too
course.
close to the door. He's gonna go.
I surrendered, John.
He's gonna push her and then
You're
he's gonna
the
go.
master now.
I've been my master since you left me to die.
We all make mistakes, John. I never claimed to be a saint, but equally, I never took you for an errand boy.
Just trying to help my family, Dutch. By making compromises we all have to. Now let her go. It's over.
You want the girl, John? You always were the romantic sort. You know, gentlemen, this man here, oh, he married a whore. Used to ride with us. We all had her. Oh, but he married her. And you know that makes him a better man than us. He's a better man. Have the girl.
Yeah,
Down.
he's gonna push her and run.
Easy, Dutch.
She's a parting gift from me.
Oh! God damn!
Come on! We can catch him if we hurry! I don't see him!
What the hell happened in there? This is your fault, Marston.
You got a gun too, Sheriff.
You waited too long.
Next time I'll just shoot the girl.
That's enough. Come on, let's find the bastard.
Come on, Jeff, let's go.
I just saw Dutch make a run for it.
Yeah, Abraham. Yeah.
Come on.
I thought he was just gonna push her, like, into me so he could
Hey, what
run.
happened in there? We saw Vanderlyn escaping from some men.
He stole off with the bank manager in an automobile.
Let's just say.
Yeah, like, I
Dutch
thought he was
ain't
gonna,
gone
like,
and got
push her
himself
into
saved.
me so that I would have to catch her and then she would
There's an old
run.
logging camp
And he
further
would run,
down
I
this
mean.
road. It's been abandoned for years. My guess is that's where they're headed. Come on, follow me. So that's the great Dutch? What a role model! The man who made you who you are.
I guess so.
Has he changed?
No, still the same crazy bastard he turned into.
How was it seeing him after all this time?
That was crazy.
On your heartstrings?
He kind of reminds me of you. Violent piece of shit who went and confused himself with God.
Isn't that sweet of you? And now you must kill him. Your side is chosen.
My side ain't chosen. My side was given. I'd kill you 100 times before I killed Dutch. If it was an option.
Hallelujah! I think we're finally reaching an understanding, Mr. Marston.
Who the hell are you fellers anyway? Lawmen or army?
We are neither, Mr. Marston.
But I have the authority over both. Look, that's Dutch's car. Hurry, can't have got far.
Oh, I gotta get off Jeff. I gotta get off Jeff. I don't want Jeff to get hurt. Go over there, buddy. Stay over there. Stay over there, Jeff. Oh, my nose. Damn, I was literally trying to get to the side so I could take a potion. Alright, I want Jeff to, yeah.
Come on.
Alright, I'm gonna get off Jeff here. Okay. Stay there, bud. Oh my god, stop.
Stay up the tail, you hear?
I'll take all of you down.
Marston!
My apologies, mister.
Who is shooting at me now? They're so far up there. How are they shooting at me?
Don't make me kill you!
Come on, stick your head out. Motherfucker's alive. Where are you?
Just drop the gun! It ain't worth it!
Seal, coward! You're not Alex
Okay, where's this last guy here? Yeah.
To the victor.
Woo! I got nervous for Jeff there for a second. I was like, no, no, no. They are shooting at you too much. Too much shooting at Jeff. Stay over there. Too much shooting at Jeff. Not safe.
What are you...
Where's Dutch, Marston?
He got away.
Scared to shoot him? Too much to handle?
When the opportunity presents itself, I'll put a bullet in him, don't you worry. Won't like myself for doing it, but I'll do it.
Ah, good man, good man. You know, at the end of this, you'll probably get a medal. I know I shall.
Okay.
If it ain't me, it's someone else.
If it ain't me, it's someone else. Any more loot? I do need to go hunting. I need to get, I think, 2 more deer. Two more deer. Is that a raccoon? A beaver? What the hell? It's a beaver who apparently can't fucking die. The fuck?
This is a messy one.
Ooh, what's that? Oh, I just ragdolled so hard. What the fuck? Get in this motherfucker. Yo, he just charged at me. That's crazy. Jeff, did you see that shit?
Yeah. easy up now.
It actually is a little bit, I guess, more efficient on time. Alright, I think I just need 2 more deer, so let's keep an eye open here.
Let's go.
Probably be like out in the big open fields. Great Plains.
Come on. Sir, I beg of you. My wife has been abducted and we must rescue her.
Yeah? This is gonna be a trap.
Come on.
This is gonna be a trap. Oh, I was hoping he was about to be taken the fuck out by the train. That would have been so good. Hurry up and bring me to your ambush. Oh, it's not an ambush. Oh, shit. You and you. Oh, I should shoot her down. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I shot her down. Woo!
What have you got for me?
Oh my gosh, did they just get attacked by like wolves or some shit? That would make it even funnier.
Let's go.
So that one wasn't an deer. Oh, no, I don't think it's a deer. No, these aren't deer. Shit, these are something else. Wait, let's do the right thing here. Yeah, but they- hold on, you'll see. Okay. My horse decided to just keep moving.
Oh, what were you eating?
Bighorn, that's what they call them. Bighorn. Oh, those are deer, though. I can't see. Shit, you scared the deer away. There was literally deer over here. Where is it? Oh. Blends in.
Hey.
Okay, there we go. Skin. There we go. This one died very close to over here. Here we go.
Easy. Slow it up now.
Skin and right. There we go. Okay. Now, next part of the challenge. Master Hunter rank 3. Kill 5 wolves with your knife? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Kill 5 wolves with your knife is a crazy challenge. Oh great, a wolf. Hold on. Kniff. Come here. Come here. No, come here. I can't run a knife, apparently. Oh my god. There's no fucking way right now. I can't believe I can't move. That's craziness. That's craziness. Five wolves with your melee weapon, huh?
Come on.
Okay. Ooh. Is that an elk?
Slow up.
Elk, yeah. I feel like I needed beaver before for something, and I don't remember what it was. But I needed it for a quest at some point. Motherfuckers. Motherfuckers. Alright. Alright, hold on. Hold on, I'm doing it. Okay, that's one. That's two. Come here. No, come here. Bitch. Still have to skin them after two. There we go, that's three. Okay. Skin. Skin.
You stink.
Yeah, I didn't have the map. I needed beavers for something. I don't remember what it was. Alright, let's go back here. And get my other... Ooh, am I about to finish this whole thing right here? Come here. Yo, stop terrorizing Jeff. Jeez. Stop terrorizing Jeff.
This'll fetch a good price.
Okay, let's see.
Let's make this quick.
I know, I got so many animals. And there's wolves again. I see them behind me.
Dirty.
Well, I saw them. Oh, they're there. They're chasing that guy. Oops. Probably should help you, but alas, I cannot.
Tough one, ain't you?
Was that not my fifth? There it was. Okay. Damn, there are so many animals, I literally can't even skin them all. He's still like over here. He's still hanging out over here somewhere. Okay. All right, Jeff, we gotta get some skinning done here because this is crazy. No, I didn't want. I wanted to get on Jeff. That was the point.
Last still.
Okay. Isn't it so funny that earlier today I was like, I want to finish this game. And now I've spent 20 minutes doing this. You son of...
That's it. Lie down.
Jeff just flopped over. It looks like I only lost like 2 minutes. According to the autosave, but I don't know. Oh, it autosaved. It autosaved when I did my completion. So that's lucky. Yeah, it autosaved when I did my completion, thank God. But that means I've lost all that loot over there, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, that's fine. Skin 5 boars and 3 armadillos. Okay, easy enough. Holy shit, Jeff. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Alright, I do have to go... I do have to go piss girl, so I suppose it's probably a better... a best time to go piss girl, so I'll be right back. Oh my God, I can't believe Jeff. I can't believe Jeff. Oh. I am back. Thank you for waiting. For those of you who did, let's go do this quest.
Professor!
Oh, it's you, dear boy. Come in, and shut the door.
What's going on?
Thank you for clipping that, by the way, Horseman.
You leaving?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am, sir. You know the thing that is vital, without which scholarship cannot proceed, sir.
No, I don't.
Not having a bullet in your flipping neck, sir. I am not cut out for this. No, I'm not cut out for this at all.
Nope.
They're fucking savages! Savages!
I think we all are.
Not me, sir. I'm from Connecticut.
Me
I'm a
too!
professor at Yale. I write books. I do not deserve to die out here. Where's my tincture? Oh, yes.
You okay, Professor?
Oh, dandy, sir. Just dandy.
Oh my god, look at his arms.
Oh, great heavens above!
Is that you, John?
Oh no. Oh no.
I think that's what they call two for the price of one out here in this wonderful place.
Maybe so, Dutch.
You and your friend there, the professor, we're gonna kill the both of you.
Why you want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. Sport, I guess.
Fair enough. Why don't I come out there? We fight. Let the professor go and send your boys back to their families.
Well, that sounds like a beautiful plan, John. Only problem is, my boys here, they already lost their families a long time ago. We aren't thieves, John. We're fighting for something a bit like you. Only we're fighting for an idea, not just for ourselves.
That's beautiful, Dutch. You always were a fine speaker.
I was. Now, would you kindly send that academic out here so we can show him what we really think about the art of anthropology?
Lisa, what are we going to do?
I'm gonna hand you over to him and watch him tear you limb from limb.
What?
I'm just kidding. We're gonna run across the rooftop. Get you back to your ivory tower.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, that was so good. I'm just kidding. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was so good, John.
We're still here. Come on.
Oh god, that was so funny. He's like, I'm gonna let them tear you limb from limb. I'm just kidding. That was so good.
Yes. Oh, come here.
Good day, sir. Madam.
Look here, sir. What is the meaning of this outrage?
You two stay down and shut up.
Come on. We can get to the roof this way.
John! Help me, John! One more move, and he's a dead man. As the buzzers fly.
Too late to talk about this.
I can't see.
My God, you took your sweet time! Christ alive, how many are there? We're completely surrounded!
Why am I not going? Oh, stop! What was that all about?
Stay quiet. Stop whining, for Christ's sake.
Okay, there's one guy there. One guy behind this chimney. And that guy. There's a guy there. Missed both of them because I waited too long. Oops. Okay.
Shut the hell up!
What? How? See those two. Is that all that's on left on this side here?
You really ain't helping, McDougal.
Okay. No, there's one more on this side. No, he just died. Okay, he just died. Okay, now. You.
You ain't gonna win this! I
Okay.
think that's most of them. The coast looks clear.
Come on then, let's make a break for it.
Follow McDougal across the rooftop.
The horses should be in an alleyway down here.
Slide!
Unbelievable!
Jeff!
Come on, let's get the hell out of Blackwater.
I'm so glad you didn't just randomly die from a wolf, Jeff.
Right, to the station. I'm not staying in this place a minute longer. This really couldn't have gone more horribly wrong.
At least you got some good material for your
That's
next
so
book.
crazy.
You know,
It's so
I
crazy.
dreamt of
Hold on.
document-
It's so crazy that Jeff ended up dying because I specifically was like, no, you stay over here because I don't want you to like get in the way and accidentally like get attacked or whatever. And then I kill all these animals, like 20 fucking different animals. I'm like, all right, Jeff, coast is clear. Like, help me do my little pickup glitchy thing. And one wolf takes
the
him out.
last days of the Old West, the romance, the honor, the nobility. But it turns out it's just people killing each other.
It always
Crazy.
was, Professor. And the Old West ain't quite dead yet.
Oh, I know, Mr. Marston. Believe me, I know. This is insanity! No! Here they come again!
Up, guys, huh?
Oh, you guys can't jump? That's cool.
Come on.
They can't jump.
Go.
They don't have a horse like Jeff, it's true.
Please! I'll leave and never come back!
They don't have a Jeff. They need a Jeff.
Here we are! Finally! A one-way ticket to civilization! My research is complete! Much as I thought. There's no civilizing this savage land.
Horse is gonna make him more racist now.
Ah, but they'll give me a prize in New Haven for this. Well, they bloody better. Well, goodbye, Mr. Marston. Best of luck, dear friend.
So long, Professor.
So long, sir.
Nice. There's good old Jeff. Let's see. Is Manzanita just this? Need a place to sleep. Little surprised he didn't die. That doesn't count as stealing. Hilarious. This, I can't loot this one. Okay. No, can't lift this one. Okay. Oh, I tried this before and I wasn't good at it. Let's see.
Sure. You and me.
It's hard to do on, I think you do it on a keyboard.
We start when you put your money down, mister.
Bet. Yeah, I'll bet $1.
Let's
Here
do
we
this.
go. It's showtime.
This is gonna be easier
Press
than
the
I thought.
button. One.
Looks like you're gonna have to get faster, my friend.
These hands are fast. Real fast.
Can I do it
You didn't
faster
even
than
lose
it
a
does
finger.
it?
Hello, Mr. Marston. Jackass. Whoa!
I guess I'm out of practice.
Oh,
Ooh, that
there's
qualifies
no
as a
way.
dash. Bastards. What in God's name?
Didn't see that coming, did you? Give me someone serious this time.
What's beating me worse to you?
Sure.
How about this for
Working
start?
on that.
Okay, so now it's 2s.
Good, but not good enough.
What?
Knew I could win something.
Here's what you have to beat. Impressive, right? Howdy.
Very nice.
Good golly.
See? That's how it's done.
That's how
Who's
it's
next?
done. That's how it's done.
Put down your dust.
Okay.
Hope you know what you're doing.
Let's see how much harder this gets. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. Jeez, okay.
That's the best you got.
1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3.
So you want to keep going?
Oh, because it goes back to 2. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1.
You got lucky. Try and keep an eyeball on my blade.
The double 2 mixed me up there for a second. Okay.
I thought we were trying to do this quickly.
2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. 2, 2, 3.
Damn it to hell.
No way! There's no way he was faster than me.
What a waste. You ain't much good at this.
2, 3, 2, 2.
It can't be.
And there it is, mister.
That's it.
Come
I'm
on,
done.
then.
I'm
Who's
done.
up next?
It's gonna just keep getting more difficult. No.
Time to place your bet.
I am so good. Thank you guys. Thank you. Peace out. I'm good. I'd like to keep my fingers. Later. Alright. Can I... Like, does this have a... Like, is this a shop? Like, it seems like it's gotta be a oh, can I buy this? Oh, wait, I want to buy it. Where is it? Oh my gosh, a house.
Need a
What
ride,
the fuck
friend?
is that noise? $400? Holy smokes-a-roonies. Holy smoke-a-roonies. Oh, is it daytime or is it nighttime now?
Where you need to go, friend?
Yeah, I knew it was a store. Literally says it's a fucking trading company. I knew it. Sorry. Hello. What do you have?
Making a trip?
A tomahawk?
Jealous. I hope you enjoy a smooth ride. Howdy.
¿Cómo está usted?
Thank you. And there we are. Enjoy the journey.
Okay, I bought 10 tomahawks.
You were raised on sour milk.
¿A dónde se fue el tiempo? Tengo que irme. Goodbye, friend. Adiós. Y ojo a los traidores.
See, I have the warhorse,
That's all I need for
but
now.
I don't want to use it. I like Jeff. And if I'm afraid that if I use it, see, I have the warhorse, but I'm afraid if I use it, I won't be able to get Jeff back.
If that don't beat all.
There he is. Nice. Okay. Now, man, I really wanted to go hunting. Oh, what is it? It's three. Oops, that's the wrong one. 5 boars and 3 armadillos. Okay. That's easy enough. She did not be on Jeff, so Jeff is safe. Arm itches. I'm just gonna chill right here on the train tracks for a second so I can itch my arm. Okay, let's get some boars and some armadillos. Wait, armadillo means I'm gonna have to go back down towards Mexico. Yeah, in the desert, yeah. Yeah. And some boars, though. Y'all like to come out of nowhere and attack me, but now when I'm looking for you, it's a different story, huh? Where the fuck did those... There was herbs right in front of me and they disappeared.
Fetch the powder barrel. I'm nearly done here, thank God.
Are you guys gonna blow up? I'm so scared.
Hello there.
Hello.
Sweet.
I didn't even do that. I didn't even do that. Y'all did that yourselves. You guys did that yourselves. I didn't even do that. The other guy didn't need to die, but it's fine. That's crazy. Volcanic, this is so good. Alright, let's find some boar. Should probably get rid of the evidence. I need some boar. It's so crazy that they will charge at me. With this? Apparently it is. They'll charge at me, but now when I'm looking for them, I can't find any. Crazy. Beecher's Hope. Feel like it's like a mixed bag because I feel like exploration isn't rewarded quite as much in this one as it is in the second one. But also, you have all these, like, outfits and stuff. Aww. Poor guy. You have all these outfits and stuff that you get by searching some of these places. So it's like, how are you supposed to know? How are you supposed to know? Can't get in any of those, it seems. Can I get in this one? No. Can I get in this one? Yes, okay. Searching, searching. There's a ladder. There's some stuff. Oh, my son. My blessed son. Okay. Nothing? Nothing. There's nothing to search in here, huh? Crazy. Out of everything, I could go into the barn, and there was no chests or anything in the barn. That's crazy. That's pure crazy. Huh. That's crazy.
There you are.
I need some boars, please. This big, huge open area. Oh wait, do they like wooded? Do they like wooded areas? Like, should I be going? Holy smokes with the herbs! Should I be going to?
That's what I wanted.
Like a more forested area? I hear a snake.
That's
I
one.
hear a rattlesnake. No step on snake. Wow, there's so many herbs right here.
Go. That's one.
Yeah, with thicker with trees. Yeah, you might be right. I think I might need to go back into. Oh, there's buffalo. I wanted to kill some buffalo.
There we go.
All right, let's get something real kind of high powered for a buffalo. There we go. Is it a one-shot kill? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. One for you. Oh, you can't tag in whatever slow-mo. Get some buffalo.
This is a messy one.
And then we go sell that shit down in Mexico when I go get my armadillos. Wow, thank you for the visual there. There's so many herbs though, holy smokes. Yeah, I definitely need my horse out here to make it easier. I'm just gonna run the whole rest of the game because I'm too scared to bring Jeff anywhere. Where you learn to talk like that? Oh, nowhere. Oh, nowhere.
Lord, this is nasty. Ah, here we are.
Buffalo meat. They're not even in Tennessee or that area. They're in Texas. That's a different southern accent.
Dirty.
It's different. There's so much stuff to collect right here. Like, sorry, chat. We're gonna spend the next 27 minutes here because there's so, like, I can't stop. There's just, every time I move, more stuff comes on the map.
That's what I've been after.
These are two. There's two next to each other here. That's not a thing? This is it? Okay.
You little beauty.
You little beauty. I had 1 hour to the stream just for herbs. And hunting. Hunting. Alright. Oh, there's... Okay, stop. Stop. Stop getting distracted. I'm just gonna get these last few. And then we gotta go get some boar. Oh, there's like a chest right here and out in the open. It's crazy. Just a chest out in the open. Okay. Okay, let's go get these last two. Unless more pop up on the map when I run to these two.
Might as well.
Also, there's a bunch of side quests that I also haven't been doing. I've been totally neglecting.
Hey, this way, friend.
Hello. Hola.
If you're game, maybe you'd like to earn a little something searching roundabouts for a few plants I'm light on. Here's the
I
deal.
have plants.
Whichever one of us gets back here first with the right plants wins on the bet.
Oh, I have plants.
Plants? Sure, why not?
Is it gonna make me do the cutscene for all of these plants, though? What? I can't grab? I can't grab. That's not fair. I can't grab. Look, I got one. I couldn't grab these ones. Look, I can't grab it. That's not fair. That's not fair. You cheated. I should shoot you. But I'm a changed man.
This looks like the one.
I'm a changed man. Just picking my flowers in peace. And then I gotta find some boar.
There you are.
Doo-doo-doo. Knife game fail. I'll get out of here, bot. You don't know anything about me. Alright, here's some woods. Let's see. Oh, there's some woods over there. Let's go over there. That's probably better. Woods. Oh, my shoulder itches again. I don't even think it's my shoulder. I think it's my tattoo. All right. Let's go boar hunting.
That's what I wanted.
That's what I wanted. We're running everywhere. I'm too scared of Jeff. Do people still RP this game like they do GTA? Red Dead Online, yeah. Yeah. But honestly, the hackers in Red Dead Online are like just so ridiculous. That it's made it like kind of unenjoyable to play, if I'm being honest. And because the amount of people playing GTA versus the amount of people playing RDO is like, there's so many more people playing GTA that they're kind of just like, eh, not really our problem. Oh, I forgot I had that. So they kind of like are like whatever.
Last still.
And the hackers in Red Dead Online are so like, they're so crazy to the point where if you like, they'll hack the game, right? What? Hello? Can I fucking help you with something? They'll hack the game, and then they'll hack like the game to a point where if you go to report them for hacking, it shuts your game down. So it's like you can't even report them for hacking because they have another hack that like prevents them from being like exploited for hacking. Like, it's so funny. Yeah. This guy may not have been shooting at me. He may have been shooting at that bear and just not a very good shot. Alright, I need to find boar. I'm in the woods. That is deer. That's a little fox. Holy, stop screaming. They're screaming. There's a little house over there.
There we go. That's one.
Let's go see what that little house is. I feel like bigger game is probably worth more money, yeah? Right? So like I should be killing all these elk and stuff and then go sell them in Mexico when I need to?
Come on. Let's get this over with.
You had Astarian. Oh, I've already been here. This is okay. Literally, Jeff is like here. Okay, let's find some boar. I feel like the boar will find me, if I'm being honest. Yeah, bigger animal, more money, yeah. Kind of what I feel like, right? Yeah, like, I feel like these elk are definitely good to be... I shot that one in the head. How is he alive?
What were you eating?
Where was I when the boars were attacking me? I was definitely up here. That was weird. Elk, wolf, and boar. Yeah. And now I can't find any boar.
Tough one, ain't you?
Alright, we'll give it a couple more minutes looking for some boar, and then I guess we'll continue on. I hope that we'll just find some along the way. Look at the water, very pretty. Very pretty. Bunnies. I think Great Plains is actually a little too far. I think I need to be over here in tall trees. Oh, see, no, look, it kind of shows. See, they're up here. See, it kind of shows buffalo. See, it like kind of shows them a little bit. That was exhausting. Wolfie, you missed it. Jeff died and I had to reload, but it was the most like anticlimactic thing like ever in the history of ever. Like it wasn't even good. It was so dumb. Yeah, no, I reloaded and lost a bunch of progress, but it was so stupid. So I was doing a hunting challenge, which was kill 5 wolves with your like melee knife. And I literally was like, okay, Jeff, like come stand over here, like far away from everything while I like go like run into the woods and try to get these wolves or whatever. And the more you kill, the more it attracts more. Yeah, he's alive now. The more you kill, the more it attracts like more wolves and stuff like that. So I was like starting to get like overrun with wolves, and I'm not, you can ask Horseman, I'm not exaggerating when I say there was like 12 dead wolves on the ground, right? Because I just kept like stabbing them, and I was just stabbing them and stabbing them and stabbing them because they just kept coming. So finally, they like stopped, and there's like no more wolves, and I'm like, all right, let's bring Jeff in so that I can start doing the skinning trick where you like get on Jeff and then hop off and like skin really quick. And one single lone wolf came over and like jump attacked on Jeff, and Jeff just flopped over very slowly and died. Like It was so anticlimactic. Like, all that. I went through all that fighting tooth and nail, all these fucking wolves. And I was like, stay here, Jeff, where you're safe. And then one wolf just kills him. I thought it was so funny. Which is why I'm on foot now, because I'm paranoid. But also, I'm hunting. I'm doing a challenge. I'm doing a hunting challenge. Okay, so this is boar territory. Boratory. Boar territory. So 5 boars up north and 3 armadillos down south. Easy enough. Easy enough. Does it say skin or did it just say kill? I think this one actually just says kill. I don't even think it's like, oh no, it does say skin. Whatever. Whatever. Come on, boars. You were so eager to fuck my shit up earlier. Ooh, what's this? Not gonna hear the end of that anytime soon. Oh no. Listen, sometimes it just doesn't work out. Are you kidding? Now there's no boar. The boar, like, couldn't get enough of my booty earlier. I think that's an elk noise. Oh yeah, that's a slide and die right there. Okay, well, this might have to be a do it while I'm playing the game, I guess. That's so crazy. There were so many boar earlier. And now that I'm like trying to do a challenge. That's not fair. Huh. I mean, they're not daytime related, I don't think.
What am I doing here?
What? Why? I'm literally just passing through.
What have we got here?
That's rude. Like, that was rude? Steal their horse? Oh yeah. Come here. Nice. Now we've got a hunting horse.
Easy.
Now we've got a hunting horse. Okay, their stamina's not the best. Bear.
Whoa.
Hey, come here, stop. Okay, no. Whatever.
This
This is a messy one.
See, that's why I wanted my hunting horse. Come here. Okay.
Come on.
Let's go. That's crazy that those guys just shot at me for just like being around. You gonna steal my horse?
Every man for himself out here, I'm afraid.
Get back here, you son of a bitch!
Well, first of all, it wasn't my horse, and second of all, get fucked, nerd.
Let's go.
First of all, wasn't my horse. Second of all, that's rude. Don't steal. I didn't steal this horse. I liberated this horse. There's a difference. Yeah, I know. You're no Jeff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm asking so much of you for you to go a little faster.
Let's go.
Why are there no fucking boar? This stream is a bore. That's what's going on. Oh, look at the sky. Can I get up here and look at the sky? That's cool. Look at that. Oh, I got away. Yeah, it's pretty. Up here! Okay, well that makes sense why that horse would just fall over and die.
Sorry about that, old friend.
R.I.P. Not Jeff.
Let's make this quick.
R.I.P. Not Jeff. Thank you for your contribution. For 3 minutes. For 3 whole minutes. Alright, I guess it's time to go somewhere else. Unfortunately. 6. It takes 6 shots to kill a grizzly. 6. Alright, so I'll just have to do that side quest during the questing of the game. Okay. I can probably camp out here though, which is nice. Anyone else? Any boars for the taking here? Okay, no? Cool. Alright. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Wait, didn't I see another question mark somewhere? Yeah, here. Lights, camera, action. Liar's dice. Oh yeah, I think I've done that. What's this one? Flowers for a lady. Alright, let's go to Thieves Landing. We'll do this. Blackmail photograph. I still don't have the bandana. Is the bandana not in one? Are we all misremembering? Travel to destination. Travel to waypoint. Hennigan's Stead. Oh wow, that's really handy. Go pick more before returning to Billy?
Get over here.
What? Red sage and bear bravo. 3 of each to make a bouquet. Okay, wild feverfew, red sage, and desert sage.
Partner.
Hummingbird sage. Desert sage. Oh, I only have 1 desert sage and 1 red or 2 red sage. Okay, so I can't do that one. Just lay down a bait and tons of boars. Oh. The southeast corner of West Elizabeth. Is that a, like, I don't know if that's... Yeah, I don't have like wherever West Elizabeth is. But it says here, like there's boar picture here. Right here in Cochene. Southeast corner of West Elizabeth. If you have the fold out map that came with the game. So is it, it's gotta be here? Like it's gotta be over here? Breaking job. Ava in peril. Dedalius son. Let's go see that one. Because look at armadillos right here. Okay, so now let's just go away from him. Camp again. Okay. To the north of McFarland's Ranch, if you access the in-game map, shows the boars. We'll go right above the boar head. Also, tall trees in West... Oh, that is West Elizabeth. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we'll go back. We'll go back. That's just weird, though, because, like, I went to where the boar place was. Oh, shoot. I don't know if I have his stuff. Do I have the stuff you need, sir?
Has the cat got your tongue?
Give Charles the materials. 20 feathers, 5 beaver furs, and 10... Oh, this is one of the things I needed beavers for. Okay. So that answers that. Yeah, that's one of the things I needed beavers for. But let's go to the armadillos over here first. 3 armadillos. What's going on over here? Just hunting. What's up, Astro? How you doing? Trying to finish Red Dead today, but I am incredibly distracted by the hunting challenges. Oh, pretty lady for keys. Hola. Hola. To surrender to the robbers? I would never. Wait, is the lady one of them? They said do or we kill you, I promise. Give me your money.
need it
Give
more
me
than
your
you
money. Oh, I can get another free horse. I'm too paranoid to bring Jeff anywhere now. What if Jeff was there when we had the Ooh, this horse looks really sick. I'm gonna take this one. That black one looks like it's dying. Yeah, what if it was Jeff when we found the bear? Or I guess I should say when the bear found us. Alright, so this is supposedly armadillo territory. That's a skunk. Imagine rolling up to a place marked on the map as where like something spawns and it actually spawns there. Imagine. Dude, all these horses suck. This guy's stamina sucks too. They're all no Jeff. That's for sure.
Yeah. Come on.
Armadillos. Wait, your rocks. Your rabbits.
Let's go.
They're usually like running in the road, I've noticed. They like to run in the road.
Come on.
Like IRL. I even made sure the horse didn't die. This is some bullshit.
Yeah.
This is some bullshit. How come whenever, like, you're not looking for them, they're just everywhere? But then when you're looking for, like, the boars, I had boars chasing me like crazy earlier. Are you close to finishing it? I think so. Okay, that's the flying guy, yeah. How long to beat, which I know is not the most reputable website, but How Long to Beat says it's about 17 and a half, between 17 and a half and 23 hours, depending if you're like a completionist or not.
Let's go.
And I feel like I'm like right around 20 hours, so like soon? Alright, I am going to take this back up here to Agent Ross. Why is Agent Ross a G, I wonder?
You need a ride?
Yes, I do. And I'm not gonna steal your shit this time.
¿A dónde vamos?
Waypoint, let's go.
Get some sleep, compadre.
Oh, it costs money to use the wagon, but it does not cost money to use your camp. Is that true? Oh, skip. We don't need this.
I'm just gonna shut my eye a while.
He's a G-man.
Aquí estamos.
Thank you.
Suerte, compadre.
Gracias.
How do you do, Mr. Marston?
How do you do, Mr. Marston? Okay. Shut up, chat. Shut up. Shh. The government.
What do you want, Marston?
My family. I've done what you asked.
No, you haven't. This is the land of opportunity, and I gave you the opportunity to save your family, and you failed. How could I possibly reward you?
Marston, you're a public menace. We should have had you killed.
What?
I wish you had. But since you didn't, where's my family?
spare me the noble savage fall on the sword tribe, will you, oh boy? It's nauseating. You don't wish to be dead. You're an insignificant creature desperately clinging on to life like the rest of the scumbags do. Yeah, I know it's tough. You like Punch. He's a charming fellow. He makes sense. He's like one of those nature writers from back east. Only he takes things a tiny little step too far. Rather than just loving the flowers and the animals and the harmony between
Something's
man
buzzing.
and
My
beast,
phone's not even near me.
he shoots people in the head for money. And disagreeing with him.
He's a goddamn killer.
Is it still?
Yeah.
Is it still buzzing? My phone's not over here. I don't know. I wonder, like, if my headphones are too... That would be crazy, but...
I'm not a great intellect, but the metaphysical leap from admiring the flower to shooting a man in the head because he doesn't like the flower is a leap too far. So, I know it's...
My hand's being up.
You see, me and Archer, we're the bad guys. We enforce the rules. Now, while the rules may not be perfect, they're really not so bad.
Exactly. What's the alternative?
It's back?
Okay. See, I'll tell you what the alternative is. It's not complicated. It's about one man and his gun versus another man.
No, it's not. I see it's not. I just saw a second ago. There's nothing here, literally, like... There's no way having my hands up is doing it. What the fuck? What I don't know what's doing it. What do I do? Is it this? I don't know. I don't know. And it hasn't been doing it the whole stream, right?
Sure. Civilization may be dull, but the alternative, Mr. Marston, is
weird.
hell.
And the way you enforce this civilization, this freedom for men to like or not like flowers, or whatever in God's name you were just talking about, is to kidnap a man's wife and son?
Well, I know there's contradictions. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, as I said, I'm not a great intellect. Now, after the debacle with the army and the bank, we have to put Mr. Vanderlyn to rest ourselves. Will you help us?
Do I have any choice?
Now that you mention it, no.
Then what was that pretty speech in aid of?
I don't rightly know, but it sure felt good saying it.
Shall we, Mr. Marston?
Let's go.
Excuse me. I might need to take a 5 and just stretch my legs. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that before this quest. Yeah, I'm gonna do that really quick before this quest. All right, I'm gonna take I don't know why I'm suddenly just a little sleepy. I'm just gonna get up and like stretch my legs for like just a minute. So everyone just take a quick little 5er, stretch your legs, walk it off, do what you need to do. I'll be right back. I don't know why I just suddenly got real tired. Okay, I am back. Thank you those who waited. I also ordered myself a pizza, which should be here. It says 45 minutes, but we'll see. Thank you, Horseman. Thank you to the 4 of you who have been here all
Let's see if we
day.
can put this to rest once and for all, shall we?
You're quick. Take a look at this thing. Have you seen this? He's got a gun on the
Can I skip to my destination, or are they going to talk to me? You're gonna jump my pizza delivery guy? Please don't. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Hi 1v2, how are you? Welcome in. Are you ready for Friday?
Seems to be turning a few heads.
Our armed
You ready for
forces have no
Friday?
equal. We have made incredible progress the past few years.
Is that what you
And this
call
isn't
it?
much more than a simple prototype. You should see what they're working on in Virginia. Soon there will be no war we can't win.
I want to skip, but I'm afraid they're going to talk to me.
Outside town. They put word out a large cache of ammunition and food is stored there.
Vanderlin's gang needs constant supplies, so that should be enough to draw him in.
No mistakes this time.
You won't be playing though? That's
You
okay.
hear me, Marston?
I thought you were talking to Fordham.
I'm excited, but I'm sure it's going to be a learning curve for me.
Here they come! Look, they brought the machine gun!
What's the word, Captain?
We spotted one of Dutch's men about an hour ago. I think he took the bait.
Let's get in position then. Have your men ready to run them down if you have
To watch
to.
everyone's shenanigans. That's okay, like I said. I feel like it's gonna be a learning curve. I feel like it's not gonna be for everybody.
Are you ready to finish this, Mr. Marston?
I guess so.
So where should I be?
Keep your eyes peeled.
This way? Everyone's looking this way, so I'm gonna guess this way.
There they are! Open fire!
I'm wide open here. I ain't playing here.
You'll pay for this!
There are so many of them.
Hold him off!
Come on, stick your head up there, through. This is insanity. It has terrible aim, by the way.
We'll kill every last one of you!
Terrible aim, by the way.
Don't let him get too close!
I guess I should say terrible spread is more. It's not the aim, I'm aiming.
Look, they're running! Move out! Don't let them get away!
Oh, we're chasing them? Apparently we're chasing them. Okay. I can't shoot over this thing though.
Who wants me now?
Christ! This thing's a lot bumpier off the road!
Yeah.
It's gonna be a
Yep.
mess if we have to follow them into the woods.
I killed them. What do you mean?
This is insanity! I can hardly hold on!
Just shut up and drive, Fordham!
What do you mean? I killed them. What do you mean?
Gun them down! Down! Keep it steady!
So I can't shoot ahead. I can only shoot to the side. Because I hit the back of the truck if I shoot ahead. Which kind of sucks. Well, I guess I can shoot ahead if I'm shooting upwards.
Take them early!
Like this guy I can't hit.
It ends here.
Molotov me. Molotov you. so much loot. So much loot.
That wagon's
That's
out
a
of
tree.
control! It's coming straight out of the cavalry!
Oh, that was a little easier than I anticipated that being. You guys are lucky. I thought you were bad guys. I almost shot you. Don't do it.
Well, Mr. Marston, it seems like your mentor Dutch no longer looks quite so kindly to his student.
That man is insane.
So it seems.
I think we need to get him before sundown.
As you say, Captain. Otherwise, he'll be gone again.
And what if I say no?
Now, before I shoot you myself, let me just point out the obvious. The one person we have left that can appeal to Mr. Vanderlyn is the last person we know who knows him. Your wife.
That won't be necessary. Mr. Ross, Captain, let's go.
Mount up, man. Let's move out.
Jeff.
Come on.
I don't need to wait for these guys, right?
Come on. Go. Whoa.
Watch me find a boar. Winner's Ranch.
Come on.
Music is like really tense up here.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Come on.
It's even kind of Last of Us-y. Yeah, I want to make that turn sharp enough.
Let's go.
Boar? Well, we know where the whores are. But yes, I'm looking for a boar. Like a little piggy. I mean, I guess that could still also be a whore. Yeah, the animal. The animal. Oh, Jeff. Oh.
Let's go.
Look how much stamina Jeff has. It's so good. This is why I'll never get another Jeff.
Whoa there.
Where am I even going? Oh, back up this thing? I hate this place. There's nothing here. It was literally up here a little while ago. Oh yeah, there I couldn't get in there, that's right.
You! Blow that gate open! Move, soldier!
Go! Get down!
It's not that bad. Chill.
Forward! Move in!
Come on, boys! Everybody move in!
Oh, it's a shootout. Hold on, let me get a different weapon.
Let's move up!
Oh, the little kick.
Outlaws! I've seen tougher cow turds! You clearly don't like me much!
Stay alert!
Come on, then!
I guess you boys lost this one.
Nice. Keep moving. Okay. Do you have any potions
no way out!
or food?
Son of a bitch!
I can't have used all
Keep
those
shooting!
Wait for my lead!
Where's this last guy? There he is, behind the tree.
Don't try to be something you're not!
Let's go, man! Move into the village!
Excuse me? Are you shooting at me?
You man the Gatling gun, Marston!
So much for cover! Stop playing tough and run off back!
Oh yeah! Oh, go run, run, go, run, run, go! Got
You're all
this!
about to have home footing!
Who's here? Who's near me? There's a guy above, but I don't know, like, what to do with him. I don't know what the fuck
Where's that in?
is. Okay. So much loot. Again, can't pick up. Because this game hates me. I've
Just
got
a
a couple.
little something
Just a
for my
couple
trouble.
loots. Just a few looties, but not like too many looties, you know? Just a couple. I just actually teabagged that man. Some treasures in any of these? Oh yeah, there is. Wait, no? Shit.
Right, Marston. We'll take 2 men with us. The rest will stay here and take care of the wounded. They'll plant charges at the gate. You and I'll provide the cover fire. This is it, men. Let's get that gate down. Keep them covered now, Marston. Up top! Cover them! Marston, you leave them wide open!
I'm wide open here! You boys don't frighten me much!
Look out! Man down!
I'm still alive.
Come on! You idiot! Take cover, man! Here it
Take
comes!
cover. Okay.
You tend to your wounded. I gotta face Dutch.
I love that for him. I gotta face Dutch. Okay.
Looks like
Oh, I thought he had no shirt on for a second. I was like, whoa.
you should have stayed at home.
But he's gonna Gatling gun me? Okay.
You better follow me.
Kill Dutch's guards.
Quiet.
Working for the government after all I taught you. I'm ashamed.
I don't have a choice.
There's always a choice. You're just too blind to see.
Why though?
They got my family.
Your family? Abigail was any man's wife, John. And Jack, he's another whore's son. Just like you. Son of a bitch. God damn it.
I was behind cover. Don't do that. Chase Dutch? Chase Dutch the fuck where? Are you joking? I can't do this on controller. Look at how janky these keys are.
It's over, John.
I ain't leaving here without you.
Where do I go? In here. And then up here. Oh my god. Oh my god, John.
You're just like me, John. You can't change who you are.
I could shoot him if you just stopped like
I ain't like you.
doing all these little cutscenes and stuff.
You can't erase the past, John. Killing me, it won't make it go away.
What are you, you're not even shooting at me. They're doing this for drama. Drama.
Hello again, John.
Hello, Dutch.
We gotta stop meeting like this.
Sure.
I got a plan, John.
You always got a plan, Dutch.
This is a good one.
I don't doubt it.
We can't always fight nature, John. We can't fight change. Can't fight gravity. We can't fight nothing. My whole life, all I ever did was fight.
Then give up, Dutch.
But I can't give up, neither. I can't fight my own nature. That's a paradox, John. You see?
Then I have to shoot you.
When I'm gone, they'll just find another monster. They have to. Because they have to justify their wages.
That's their business.
Our time has passed, John.
Can't believe he steals that kill from you.
So at the end, you didn't have the guts to shoot him.
Oh, I
Man's
did.
dead, Ross.
Sure. Can I see your gun?
Kind of a bop, though. Yeah, I was already here. Remember, guys? I was already here. I tried to, like, look in the house and stuff, and I couldn't.
Abigail! Jack! Anyone here? Anyone home? Oh, darling. I never thought I'd see this day.
Why does she look angry?
You no good hillbilly piece of shit! I thought you was dead! I thought you was dead, John, huh? Where you been? Where you been?
You know where I've been, darling. You know.
You saw Dutch, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw him.
And Bill?
Yeah, I saw him too.
And you didn't go back to him?
I left that life. Just as you left yours. How'd they treat you?
Oh, I can take care of myself, John. One guard got funny on me one time, but I wasn't so ladylike and he didn't try it again. Nor no one else.
How's the boy?
Oh, like you. And like me. Well, he's like a kid growing up without a father.
That ain't fair.
What is fair?
Well, some trees flourish, others die. Some cattle grow strong, others are taken by wolves. Some men are born rich enough and dumb enough to enjoy their lives. Ain't nothing fair, you know that.
We tried to change. I mean, ain't that what you're supposed to do?
We did change. And it's over now. Jack! Jack, come here, boy.
Hello, sir.
Come here. How you been?
Coyotes ate all the chickens and poachers took the cattle. I tried, Father. I tried.
I know you did, son. I know.
And don't you go blaming me, boy. Don't you go blaming me.
I ain't blaming no one, old man, but since you're still alive, there's 4 mouths to feed. And no cattle.
That's a nice way to greet somebody. Why don't I get the warm and tender embrace?
Consider the fact I ain't put a bullet in your embrace, old man. You were supposed to look after the place.
Has he been puking or eating
I
shit?
did my best. Thing is, there was too many of them. I thought you was dead. I wasn't drinking.
Hold your excuses until you figured out which one to use. Jack, go get your bags packed, boy. We got work to do. We leave in the morning. Go on.
Yes, sir.
Where are you
Tobacco.
going?
Well, it's getting kind of dark now, but in the morning we've got to go get ourselves some more cattle. We've got friends at McFarland's ranch. It's over in Hennigan's Stead. Who can sell us some. Now, Abigail, I hope you learn to cook.
Yes. Didn't I say, rather than some prison, they actually kept me incarcerated in a cooking school for young ladies.
Okay. I see it still buzzing. I don't know what it is, guys. It has just started. Hi, doggy.
Hello, sir.
All right, we should get moving.
Alright, let's go. Time for stream, guys.
How you feeling, Jack?
I'm feeling fine, sir.
We got a decent ride ahead of us.
I've never been to Hennigan's Stead. How do you know these ranchers?
I met them while I was away.
Almost.
McFarland's are good people. We need folks we can trust right now.
Met them how?
I was sick and they looked after me.
Sick how?
You sure got a lot of questions.
I don't often get a chance to ask him. Was it a gentleman's complaint? What do they call it? The morning drip?
Good God, boy, no! Where do you learn these things?
Uncle told me about it.
Well, he'd know, the dirty old fool. No, I just got weak for a while. Acted foolishly, got in trouble. Guess I was a little out of practice.
Hey, Paul!
What?
Where were you all that time? Where'd you go?
What'd your mother tell you?
She said it was some kind of important government business.
That's about right. Some people thought I owed them some favors.
Why did they take us away?
They thought it wasn't safe for you here by yourself. Those men harm you?
No, they're okay. Some of them even told me stories. I think I'd like to be a government man one day. Or a politician.
I'd rather you chose an honest profession.
Like you mean?
I know I ain't been the best father, Jack. I made some bad choices. But all that life, it's over now.
We get to like a, there we go, like a gala and stay together.
Paul, was it something to do with Mr. Dutch and Bill? Why you went away?
This kid has so many questions.
I kept hearing people say their names. That's all.
Yeah, I caught up with Bill and Dutch. We had some old business needed settling.
Where are they now?
They're gone, son. We won't be seeing them again.
They were angry at you, weren't they? That's why we had to leave.
They was just good men who turned bad. I'll explain it to you one day.
And what does that make you?
I guess I'm a bad man who tried to be a good father. I don't know. Every man has a right to change. A chance of forgiveness. Ain't that what the good book says?
You've never read me the good book, sir.
Well, I imagine that's what it says.
Yeah, he grew up with all these people, yeah.
So, you ready to learn about herding cattle?
I've never seen you herd anything, Paul. Apart from the odd pack of drums.
The McFarlands were good to me, and I helped them out in return. I learned a few things along the way. Wait till you see their ranch. It's what ours will be one day.
I read in the newspaper that ranching's dead. Soon it'll just be factories and businesses around here.
I'm trying to listen to him, but I can't, like...
I was thinking, maybe I might be a businessman.
I thought you wanted to be a writer.
Well, I could be both. A rich industrialist who writes novels about the Old West on the side.
You can be whatever you want, son, but for now, let's concentrate on getting some food on the table. Unless you're planning on striking literary gold in the next day or two, that is. Let's go. No more talking now, boy. We need to save our energy for that herd. There's the ranch. Come on. Let's see if we can find Mr. McFarland.
He's waiting right there.
John Marston. Now, there's a face I thought I'd never see again. Some of our public servants in Blackwater sent you back on another homicidal errand to protect and save us from Lord only knows what.
Thankfully not, sir. I was hoping you might still be able to sell me some cattle.
My boy, it would be a pleasure. Bonnie's out to corral now. She'll be more than happy to help you.
Take care now, Mr. McFarland. Good luck. All right, Jack. You're gonna have an important job. I want you to lead the herd while I drive them from the back. Keep us all moving in the right direction.
Sure, Paul. I can do that, no problem.
Sure,
if
Paul.
you see cows straying off, can you help me round them up?
I'll do my best, sir.
I just want my pizza. Don't want to miss it. Go.
Good Lord, do my eyes deceive me? A devil walks among us.
I said I'd be back when this was all over, Miss McFarland. After the barn fire, you remember?
Of course I remember. I just didn't believe a word of it. So, you've come for some cattle?
Yeah, I'm finally starting up my farm again. Or trying to, at least.
You'll be fine. You've been taught well. Come on, then.
We have to lead them all the way back to our ranch.
Come on.
Did I just buy all fucking 15 of hers?
Come on.
I'll give you a hand to get them moving.
I remember how do I do this?
Come on.
Yeah, okay.
Good luck, John. Come back and see us sometime.
I just bought her entire herd of cattle, apparently.
Last I heard, you were headed for some exotic escapade in Mexico.
It's a long story. Too long to tell without a drink in my hand.
Back to the riddles, I see. And Mr. Williamson?
Let's just say Bill and I settled our differences.
Go on.
Come on.
So, is this your boy?
Yeah. Say hello to Miss McFarland, Jack.
Let the cows get hit by the train. They would, knowing my luck, honestly. Hi, Ark. How are you?
Ah, the arrogance of youth. He gets a little fur on his lip and he thinks he knows best all of a sudden.
Let's take after his father.
Let's go.
How's your wife? Looks like you got him under control.
How's your wife?
Get back to home.
Nice to see you again, Miss McFarland.
Thank you.
And thanks for everything. Jack, we need to move him across the river.
Blessies.
Yeah, go. You're doing a good job, son. Just
She's like,
lead
so
him
how's
straight
your
up the hill
wife?
towards home.
Will do, Paul.
I don't know. John may have been hoping it too. Can I do stuff after this? There's side quests I haven't finished.
Yeah.
Trigger's the end of the world. Wow. It's pretty serious.
Slow down. Whoa.
Didn't realize it was that serious. Well, it's been fun, chat. But apparently I'm ending the world right now.
Hey.
The rootin' and tootin' and shootin' for sure. It's more the lootin'. I want to go back to the lootin', really.
Hold up, Jack. This don't look right.
Uh-oh.
I'll deal with this. Stay with the herd, Jack.
Oh no.
Stop that.
Oh no.
Try getting up from that.
Oh, I shot that guy's horse. Sorry.
You're next. It's over, friend. I think that's all of them. Jack, wait there. I'm coming.
Rootin', tootin', lootin', and shootin'.
You all right? You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm fine. I wasn't scared, honest.
Sorry you had to see that, son. Those men won't be stealing from anybody else.
They
Jack,
will
head
not.
left up the road towards home.
I know where I'm going, Paul.
Ain't that
No
the truth?
stopping. Let's go.
They absolutely will
Let's
not
go.
be stealing from anyone else because they will not be doing anything else.
Let's go.
I know, I have to leave all the loots, unfortunately.
Come on.
Wait, where are you guys going? Hey. 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 Hey.
Come on.
You're that guy, John Marston. Yep, that's me.
Whoa.
Come on.
Yeah.
1 out of 10 cannot recommend. Because I can't loot, I know. I still can't believe I was like, hey, can you sell me a couple cattle? And she's like, sure. Here's my entire herd. You dumbasses. Go on. Dumbasses.
Right. Now lead them into the pen. Whoa there. Move, move. Come on.
My rope? Nah. If they run away, just put them down. Survival of the fittest.
Nice work, son.
We made it.
Did real good out there. Go on. Hit your horse and wait for me by the stable.
Whoa.
Come on, easy up now. That's a fine herd we got ourselves.
So we're
ranchers
job,
now?
Son. Nice shooting.
Thanks, Pa.
Make a rancher of you yet.
Okay. So I can do other stuff, right? Technically. Did you order? I did order pizza. That's why I kept checking my phone. Okay. So I'm guessing that this is getting like close to the end, and it's 8 p.m. now, so we've got 4 hours left of stream. Oh, that was a great stretch. That stretch was so stretchy I saw fucking colors. Okay, what's this? It's camera action, flowers for that one I can't do. I'm so ready to get away from the exactly. Exactly. Kill one enemy with a tomahawk, uses a throwing weapon. One is a melee weapon and one from horseback. I'm sorry, what? Sharpshooter rank 2. Shoot and kill 5 rabbits? No way. I just need like one more. Rabbits! Oh my god. Perfect. Okay, so Dave, this is the story of what happened with Jeff, right?
Come on. Let's get this over.
And I got so lucky on the timing, right? So I was doing my hunting quests and I had, or challenges, and I had one challenge and it was kill 5 wolves using your hand knife. And so there was like a couple wolves and I was like, all right. And so I literally like pulled Jeff off the side of the road and like put him like over in the woods. And then I crossed the road and went to the other side of the woods so I could fight these wolves. And so I was like fighting a bunch of wolves, and as you know, I was leaving the dead carcasses of the wolves, I was like, oh, here's more wolves. And so just more wolves kept coming, and it got to the point, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I probably ended up killing like something ridiculous like 12 wolves, because they just kept coming because I couldn't skin them fast enough to do the challenge without more wolves coming. So after everything calmed down, I killed a bunch of wolves, I killed a bunch of beavers, I killed a bunch of, there was like a bunch of carcasses on the ground. And I was like, all right, it's finally time. Like, let me whistle for Jeff so Jeff can come in and I can do the little skinning trick because there's so many dead carcasses on the ground. It's gonna take forever if I have to do the animation. So I whistle for Jeff and I start to go line him up to go to go skin the things, and one more wolf comes out of like the woods and jumps on Jeff, and Jeff just literally slowly flopped over and died. An elk and a boar, yep. Yeah. So then the funny thing is so I reloaded and I was like, we have to make sure Jeff survives. So then I was up doing something, I don't know. And Horseman was like, oh, grab a horse while you're out here. And I was like, oh, such a good idea. Perfect. So I grabbed a random horse and sure enough, a fucking bear comes out and hits the horse and kills the horse. I was like, good thing that wasn't Jeff. Good thing that wasn't Jeff. Hope that's my food. No, it's not. Okay. All right. Oh, what's the next challenge? Journal. Challenge. What was it? Sharpshooter. Kill 5 coyotes before any coyote damages you. That's not terrible. Saying your food was delicious, I would cry. See, this is the one I was trying. 5 boars and 3 armadillos. But now there's no fucking boars. Like, of course I saw the boars on the way out to get to my wife. Alright, I need to leave my ranch so I can fast travel. This is important. Wait, what are you? What are you? A bird? That was a weird looking board. In the North 40 of the ranch. What does that mean? Well, somebody said that there's like some above McFarlane's ranch. So yeah, it says there's here. And then it also says there's here. So let's try this one. See if that's any better. Oh yeah, I needed more feathers for that guy too. Oh wow, really? Northern section of whatever. Who's buffalo? Alright, I should be able to camp here. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Travel to waypoint. Alright, so let's get 5 boar and 3 armadillos. Oh, now it's night. Wonderful. Boar. Where are you, boar? Hello, sir. Oh. What you doing? Okay. That guy gave no fucks, but that's fine. Boars, boars, boars. I feel like they like to be kind of in the wooded areas. I also have to kill what? Coyotes, right? Never when I'm looking for them, right, chat?
You almost got me.
Oh, you guys shooting at me? 4K. Why are you shooting at me? Let's see. Oh, there's another guy right there. Oh, there's the last guy right there. Oh, come on. There's no way that missed. Or didn't. Okay. And then... yeah, I saw that guy on the bridge. Okay. Who else? Just do a little slide. Oh, okay, I said slide, not fall. Get up. What the hell are these other people? Oh. Where the hell? Oh my gosh. Go. No, John! I hate it. Just fucking yeet. I just wanted to look a little bit closer. Well, shit. Well, shit. I didn't find any fucking armadillos. I was complaining about this earlier on stream about how when they remaster slash re-release games on PC that are old console games, they don't remaster the controls to be like keyboard and mouse sensitive. So there's no way for me to be like, oh here, just move a little bit. Like, it's so hard to do. The line is very fine. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Alright, I need boar. I need boar. I need 5 boar. Five boar. Hennigan's Stead. The boar marker on the map is like right here. But that doesn't mean they're like right there, which is very unfortunate.
This looks like the one.
Step a doozy. It's just, you're not wrong. Let me see how close my Keisha is. Oh my gosh, they're literally dropping it off right now. I just saw the map. That's so funny. I'm gonna go up there in the woods over there. Let's see. Pizza time. Uh-huh. Oh, that's an owl. Those are so weird. When the birds are down on the ground, they like look so funny. What is... oh, another bird. Oh, I can't go any further up. Bummer. Yep, there's the ding saying it's delivered. Oh wait, what was over here? I can put bait down? I have to probably get bait though, don't I? Alright, what we're gonna do is I'm going to... Do I have? I do have bait. Okay, cool. If I camp down? Is it because it's on a hill? Okay, hold on. I just want to go get my pizza and have a slice while it's hot. You son of a bitch. Okay. Okay, I have bait. Let's go back to... Oh, look. Wait, why is it blue? Why do I have a blue marker now? Hello? I see some sort of animal over there. Who is this blue marker? Oh, he probably needs to be rescued from these wolves, yeah.
You saved my life, sir. This is all I have to offer, but I shall pray for you forevermore.
No, don't pray for me. Give me money. Alright, I am gonna go get my food, though. I want to put my camp down. But alas. It keeps telling me no. There we go. Alright. Alright, so how does bait work? Mm-hmm. Just cheese. It's my favorite. Mm-hmm. Okay, so use. Oh, it's pizza. You just fold it in half and you inhale it. What do you mean? Like, where are the animals, though? Do you have to wait? Maybe time of day. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. That it's nighttime. I definitely saw boars when I was running back to my ranch. So maybe it truly is better to go up north. Like it truly might actually be better to go up north. Yeah, let's go up north. Let's try. I don't think I've seen any boars over here, if I'm being totally honest. Okay, let's go here. They were just like walking in the road up north. Yeah, when I was taking this run back My ranch. I saw like 2 or 3. Oh. That elk just fell. Bears are like all over the place. I don't want Jeff to die though. I'm too scared. You know what else I got though, chat? Which I might actually just take a whole minute to eat. I got a cannoli. TIE fighter? That sounds fun.
You little beauty.
Great Plains. Wait, you're shooting? I swear, every time I'm actually looking for them, nothing. Good shape too. Nice. All right, let's put some bait over here. Red 9 standing by. Red 5 standing by. Gold leader. This is blue leader. I told you guys I've been on a Star Wars binge. Wait, who is you? Uncle. Well, Crunkle can just wait. Alright, Ooh. Oh, I think it's a fox, not a coyote. Did you hunt them too? I did not. I really actually didn't. Oh my gosh, I should look at the cannoli. Your mom's a cannoli. Hi, driver. I feel like there's not... Like, there's just nowhere to go. A rotten cannoli? A cannoli that's been left out in the sun too long. How do you get over there? Down and then through the woods, maybe? Over the river and through the woods. And through the woods we go. Oh, I can't Skyrim it. I can't Skyrim it. My cannoli just broke. Trying to. Like, there's obviously buildings. I might drop some bait, too. Seems like a good bait place. This seems like a master bait place.
I'm afraid you're mine.
Oh my god!
Oh,
There's a bear!
This is nasty.
Waiting for me! Oh, he charged past me somehow? He's gone? There's a bear over there, though. Oh, I went too far. Right? Am I going that way now? Yeah, mostly. Shooting. I don't gotta worry about no bears. The bear should be afraid of me.
What were you eating?
They're multiplying. Nakoti Rock. A cave. $21. That's like almost $22. I know. Part 2 is like so much more detailed. Okay. As soon as I stop looking for boar, they're just gonna show up. Like, as soon as I'm just like, alright, fine, I give up, I'll do something else. Alright, there's elk.
Stop right there!
Who are we shooting? Back here, from here to the ranch. I'm gonna drop one thing of bait and try it, and then we'll head back to the ranch, because yeah, you're probably right. Alright, let's drop a bait. Should I be more north, you think? To drop a bait? Nah. Elk. Here. Oh, I didn't realize I was even getting close to my bait again. Wait, that's... Is that a cougar? A bobcat? What is that? A bobcat.
This is dirty.
Thank you for the lurk, Wolfie. Wait, coming for me. was just watching. Alright, so that didn't seem to work.
You stink.
I'm all nice and clean now because I'm back home and I'm like, let's go hunting. Yeah, I'm going to do the... Yeah, I'm gonna do this. And see if taking the route will help me out here. Alright, Jeff. I'm too scared to call Jeff.
Sir, they're gonna hang my wife and I have no money to give them. Please, can you help me?
Get up from that.
Jeff! We've lost the stranger, I think. Oh no, he's way the fuck up there. Nope, we lost the stranger. Alright. We lost the stranger. There's a bear over there. I didn't wander too far away. I didn't know where the dot went. But yeah, look at all the boar I found. Wow, that was cold. Uncalled for. Tanner's Reach. Why do I feel like Tanner's Reach was something? Bucket. Bucket.
Easy.
No, Jeff! Why did you fucking move?
This is a messy one.
Jeff, why? Why did you move?
Let's go.
He's not running too fast. I can definitely see animals. Because there's even like some clumps of plants sometimes and I'm like, that looks like an animal, but it's not.
Come on.
What's this? Oh, manzanita. Okay. Dog. Dog.
Come on.
I can't get Asterion back.
Let's go.
Dang, we're already back. Like, what the hell?
Go. Come on. Let's go.
What the heck? Bear. Sir, there's a bear. Careful. Hello there. Are you looking for me? No? You're just saying hello? Just being polite? Okay. Walk the north fence line, then I'm out of ideas. I passed so many earlier. Every time I'm not looking for them. Another bear. Oh, boar. 2 boar. Okay. There's a third one over there, I see it. Alright, where's that bear though? Is it safe to get off Jeff? Oh, another. It's not dead? No way. No way, it's not dead. No, Jeff, stop! Why does he do that?
Tough one, ain't you?
Damn it! Famous Mr. Martin.
Okay, stop. Okay. Stagecoach being attacked by bandits. I am far too busy right now. I apologize. Oh. Oh shit. Who do I help? Don't you kill my horse. Don't do it. I didn't know who was good and who was bad in this situation was all, just because it was so fast. Who's a witness? You? No, you're not. You didn't witness anything. Who's a witness? I just saved you. That guy's a witness? Well, that seems silly. Jeff! Jeff, you're gonna get shot. Run, Jeff, run. We'll be safe.
Your badges don't break me!
Jeff straight was like, I'm out. I deserved that. You're right, Jeff. You're right, Jeff. I deserved it. You're still gonna be whipping him everywhere? True.
You need a ride, sir?
Alright, where were we? We were like here, right? Does that count though? Let me see. Mm-hmm. It counted. All right, where were we? I think we were like here. Hmm. Yeah, we were like right here. There's a boar. It didn't fucking die. How is he still alive? Bro, these things are resilient. Okay, that one's definitely dead now. Alright, I need,
This is dirty.
to get some of my whatchamacallit back. Snake eye or whatever. Here to go. He managed to run while I was skinning. Oh, that's a buffalo. That's not a boar. That's a boar right there, though. How? That's another boar. Bro, how do they just tank so many hits? Okay, that one died. Oh my god, because it's doing the shotgun again. That's why. Fucking idiot.
Come on, let's get this over with.
I never switched to that. I never I never actively switched to that. Why does it keep equipping that? Like, you guys have been watching the entire playthrough. I've never actively switched to that weapon. Like, why does it do that? I don't understand it. I think I literally need one more. Well, there is lots of boar here, so maybe dropping a bait wouldn't be a bad idea. I was sitting here and I'm like, how is everyone just like full on tanking all of my shots? And it's because I'm trying to shotgun from these crazy long distances.
This'll fetch a good price.
I think I need one more boar. And then we have to go get the armadillos. Wait, are you? You're a coyote, right? Oh no, I think you're a bobcat. I also need to kill... I think I said kill 5 coyotes before they do damage to you. I think it's 5. Oh, your horse, friend. What's that? No, they're not. No, they're not.
What you got on you, friend?
You're an upstanding knight in the bleak western wild wilderness. That's crazy. Guys, I am a knight in the western wilderness. Sweet pickle? I do like some pickles. One more boar. Let's just go back a little bit over here where they were. Oh wait, you're a beaver. I just pulverized the beaver on accident. Alright, I need one more boar. Wait, this man died too?
This ain't nice. I know.
Alright, I just need another boar. There was like 100 fucking boar over here when I had my shotgun out. A man! Hello. Oh my god, there's so much TNT I can't blow up there. Alright, let's go back to... Where's the good spot? The good spot's right here. That's where we keep finding them. Ooh. Sorry guys, I know this is invigorating gameplay right now. Jeff is not allowed to be near anything anymore. He's lost all of his privileges. He's lost his exploring privileges. Come on, one more boar. Yes! Come on. Skin. Skin. Alright, now we need 3 armadillos.
What were you eating?
And then, I mean, I guess we should probably finish the game. Yeah, see, that's more like it. I was like, I was blasting these guys full of fucking shots, and it's because it was a shotgun for whatever reason.
You stink.
Dave, thank you so much. We do be blasted on fools. We do be blasting on fools. Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. I might need to take a go piss girl break though in a minute. This is probably a good go piss girl break. Everyone go stretch your legs, go piss girl. Go piss girl. Okay. I am back. Travel to waypoint. Uncle. Drunkle, you mean? 11 and 6. Okay. Five and 6. Hi, doggy. Oh, I was about to be like, I better be able to go to sleep in my own fucking damn house.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir? My bedroom? Oh my gosh, my bedroom. Oh, sweetheart. You're just going to bed like that? Okay. How do I... There we go, save. Okay. What time is it now? 3? So do I need to go to bed again? Okay. Howdy, Abigail.
How are you, son?
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
What you cooking?
Same thing I've been cooking the past 15 years with the hope of poisoning you.
Ain't working so well.
Not yet.
Be honest, though. Tastes bad enough to kill a man.
I never was much of a cook, but I did try to be a good wife.
And you have been.
Given what we was and what we came from, I think we've gone and done okay. I look at Jack. I look at him and I think we've been blessed. Maybe he can be something more.
He's a good kid. He can be whatever he wants to be. He ain't gonna be no frontier gunslinger killing and running no gang, though. That way's over. Railroads and government and motor cars and everything gone and done away with all that.
And he ain't gonna marry no orphaned working girl running with a bunch of hucksters, neither.
If he meets one like you, I hope he'll marry her.
Stop. For an illiterate gunslinger, you sure know how to make a girl blush. God damn crows! John! You have got to go deal with them. They've broken into the silo again and are eating all the corn out from it.
Of course, my angel.
Wait, get out of there!
All right, all right.
Come on! Scat! Shh.
Of course, my angel. Scare the crows. Okay. Let's do little... Bro, ain't no way. There's no way these guys are still going in here. Wait, do I have to go up there? Let me try to go up there. I can't! Oh, unfortunate.
Go!
These are fucking relentless.
Damn crows!
It's gotta be it now, right? Yeah. Miles, I don't want to burn to burn my corn.
Finally. Now about that stew.
Oh, my Honor. Alright, let's talk to Drunkle. Your family member is not here right now. Why? Why? Well, here comes Jack.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Here, I'll loot these. Oh, there's Drunkle. Let's see who gets there first. Pretty sure the crows are... Yeah. They would leave it alone, wouldn't they? Yeah, he is. He's right here. Okay. Oh, he went to go lay down. Very funny.
Get up, old man.
Why my tailbone hurts as bad as it does.
Get up.
There, I'm up. Well, thank the good Lord you're back. Nothing worse for an old man than sleeping in the warm afternoon sun.
You want a long sleep, Uncle? That can be arranged. It'll cost me less than food.
You always was a hard and nasty man, John Marston.
You always was a useless, conniving thief. And where's them cattle? Did you take them to pasture?
It's coming around to that.
When exactly?
It's easy to pick on the elderly. It's easy, but it ain't dignified.
Come on, old man. Do this together.
Get the goddamn cattle again? You're kidding me.
Come on.
Can't believe this again. This is what, the 4th time we've done this in game? Feeling the drag of an ordinary life. I mean, yes and no.
Come on. Let's get him out to pasture.
Like, it's more just like this particular quest in general I have found to be not fun any of the 4 times we've done it. I play farming sim games. That does not bother me whatsoever.
Here. Come on.
Oh, babies. Come on.
Deal now.
Move it out.
Whoa there.
Yeah, Drunkle has no idea what he's doing.
Easy. Come on.
No. Ooh, a chest. Oh, you're good. I was like looking and I was like, man, she's not at her chair. She's not at her chair. I was like, I'll give it a couple minutes. And I was like, you know what? I was like, you guys know who Jen is. I was like, she's just gonna take care of you.
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you? Work has been very worky, so stream has been kind of on the back burner, but I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. How are you? How's the fam? I see Kev every now and then doing his workout streams.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Stop the herd.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
They're gonna get hit by the fucking... They're gonna get hit by the train. They're gonna get hit by the train. They're gonna get hit... Oh my god.
Who do you think you are? Knock him down, damn it! There's no damn hurt you! Come on.
Come on. Stay with the herd or help. I'm gonna get my cows. I'm gonna get my cows. My stupid cows. My stupid cows! My horse is working. His name is Jeff, and he's the best.
Listen to me and you'll go far.
Let's go! Come on, let's go!
Wait, who's not here? Who did we lose?
Yeah!
Go on, turn around. Wait, who'd we lose? I have 12.
Come on, come on!
I thought Jeff died. Yes, Jeff was attacked by a wolf, but I reloaded my save. Wait, how did we lose 3? Where the hell are the other 3?
Come on!
Wake up!
Yeah!
There you go.
Go on. Apparently I lost 3 horses during that, or 3 cows during that.
You look after the herd. I'll ride back.
No thanks. You got your pound of flesh from me today. Giddy up.
Cows herded plus 12. So we lost 3. That's unfortunate. I had a heart issue in January. Had to have a heart monitoring plan, which was fun. I'm off work until August and I've been struggling mentally. But yeah, when you're very isolated and bored and stir crazy, yeah. Hello.
If you're game, maybe you'd like to earn
No, you cheated last time. No. You cheated last time. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad that, like, it sounds like things are starting to get to be towards being on the mend. Obviously, I don't know for sure, so I don't want to speak for you, but... Uncle? Why are we up here? My own sourdough and planted a veggie garden. Aww. I'm glad to hear it. Soaking up time with the kids.
Sunsets out there beyond that ridge. Wondering if it was worth getting you and going around some of them up.
Fair enough. We're nearly out of money. Ranch is in turmoil. We may not make it through the winter. What could we possibly want with some good quality horses? Come on.
That tone of voice ain't so becoming on you. Makes you seem all pent up and angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry up.
Are you gonna mount up, kid?
Yeah, I'll go get Jeff. I have a non-heart-led surgery next week that should really improve the quality of life.
Whoa,
but since I'm off work anyway, might as well. Yeah.
Let's get after 'em.
Yeah, especially, yeah. If you can afford it, well, you live in the US, I assume you probably can't. But if it's something that you need to do and you have the time,
Easy there.
yeah.
Why you gotta act so biggity all the damn time? What happened to you?
What were you gonna do? Just look at them horses all day?
Well, God forbid I'd do anything around here without checking with His Royal Highness first.
Yeah, you're real good at watching. That's about all you're good for, apart from bending your elbow.
I can't do right.
No, we're not gonna do anything about these cougars? That's cool, I guess. Oh, I hate the super slow. Come on. Yeah, I'm not doing the super slow-mo. I hate that.
Come on.
Being outside has helped so much. Yeah, vitamin D really is good for you. Sunlight really is good for you.
Whoa there.
Deal now.
Coming from somebody who despises being outside. Okay, so gotta get a horse and break it. Just any of them? kind of like...
Come on!
Yeah.
I don't want you to get hurt!
Hey, whoa! Uncork that front, boy!
Easy there. Almost got you.
Lean into it!
I've broken every horse I've tried. Just chill.
Relax now. Come on. Come on. Nearly got you.
Got him now, John. Careful! That's a...
Relax.
Yeah.
Relax now. Nearly there.
See? Easy.
Yeah, you got it. I got this one for you.
I thought he tried to just catch it after. I was like, what?
Go on. Get after another
Get
one.
another horse. Okay. Where'd they go? Madonna? Is she from like Detroit or something?
I got you. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Use your knees.
I got you now. Calm down now.
It has never helped them relax.
Come on, baby. Calm down.
You go.
Have you tried asking them nicely?
Show it who's boss.
There. That's it.
That front, boy.
Oh, come on, just stop already.
Relax now.
That was...
Nope.
Whoa there.
No way.
Damn it. You're mine now. It's all right.
That front, boy.
Hold on. Nearly there.
That front, boy.
Calm it down.
Uncork that front, boy.
This one is crazy.
I'm in trouble here.
Up now.
Is it the type of horse that it is? No, I want
You'll
it.
never catch him on foot. Got one more left in you.
I want that horse that just knocked me off. Which one was it? No, get off. Jeff. Jeff's like, No, you're not. Jeff was like, me? Do you mean me?
Now don't go and hurt yourself!
Steady. Oh, this ain't good.
Lean into it.
I got you.
Uncork that front.
God
Use
damn
your
it.
knees, you woman. Now, John. Use your knees, you woman.
What does that mean?
That's it.
That was
So that one was fine.
Finally. There you go.
quiet.
Get down. Leave it to me.
We need another one?
Go on.
Another one! Food, back very slowly. Then attempt to approach, speak in low, soothing tones. Yeah. The food part, very important, though. I kind of like this gray one.
Come on! That's good!
Whoa. Show it who's boss.
Right.
Don't fall off. Use your knees, you woman. Lean into it. Uncork that, boy.
Hard to see what side I need to lean to when the camera can't even keep up with the horse. Oh shit. Yeah.
That's more like it.
Ken's Steakhouse. Oh, ranch would be just good. Like a good old Gallo ranch.
Let's get him back to the ranch.
Yeah. Okay, right now? Okay, hold on. Okay. Sorry. Mama Pink just got home from the family barbecue with some food for me, which if I knew, might not have ordered pizza, but whatever. Hidden Valley's too thick. Ken's is thinner. I don't really know what I prefer. I think I honestly like both. We ordered pizza too. I do love some pizza. What is this? Interesting. Very interesting. You're too pooped. I totally get that. You were up for a while.
Yeah.
Why isn't it called like Marston Ranch? Like why is it still Beatrice Hope?
Make sure there's enough fresh hay. We need to keep them strong.
All right. Damn, a little gratitude wouldn't kill you. Not a bad day's work. Oh,
nice. That's revealed? Okay. I won't ask any more questions then.
Let's go.
Is this like end sequence? On 2:30 I gave up an end of stream. Is it till 10? No.
What's the book,
Poor
boy?
kid. What was wrong?
What's it about?
Like, what ended up being wrong?
Well, it's an adventure, sir. Set out in the West, and it tells this amazing story of how people killed the savage Redskins, and how this man, this brave man, hunts the man who killed his
3-hour
father.
nap. Holy shit.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Talking of adventure, how'd you like to learn to track elk? Really big ones in the valley this time of year. We could use the meat.
Well,
I know you'd rather read your adventures. Trust me, this can be very enjoyable in its own way. I suppose maybe it's a little less dramatic. So, let's go, come on. You may get to see me get gored by some massive wild beast.
No, is that foreshadowing?
Very funny, Paul. I've forgotten how funny you was.
Grab your things. All right, now stay close to the dog, son. Let's go.
Oh, the dog. Okay. Follow your dog, Rufus. I swear to God, right now, Dave, if this dog dies, I'm ending stream.
Come on. Come on. When he finds something, you stay back and I'll show you how to make a kill.
Whatever you say, sir.
Go get him, boy. You sure you're ready for this?
I guess so.
Now the trick to hunting is
This
calm
is
and
uncomfortable.
patience. You gotta think and move like an animal to catch an
Got food
animal.
medicine him.
Rifle helps, doesn't it?
Okay, say he was hurt. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, I have really, really, really bad sinuses, and I've post-nasal
You don't
drip
seem
really
too
bad
excited
too.
about this.
So I totally get that.
Are
I
you sure
totally
you're
get it.
all right? I mean, I know all that business must have been hard on you.
It wasn't nothing. I'm not a
Whoa.
kid anymore.
Jack, he's on to something. Well, it won't happen again. It's over.
Until the next time, you mean?
There won't be a next time.
Don't make no more promises, Paul. I've heard them all before.
So much post-nasal. Yeah.
Let's go.
I wake up sometimes just because
You know,
like
one time I hunted a bear up
too
in a
much
tall
like has
tree.
dripped into my
Never
throat
seen a
or my
bigger
chest,
animal
and I'll
in
like
my life.
cough, and I'll like wake up and start coughing it all up, and I'm like, oh great.
She'd hunt goats with them and everything.
Sounds like a tall yarn to me.
Did a boy being taken from his home and locked up in a dungeon?
I'm just saying. Maybe you spend too much time with your head in those books. Look, I see one.
Yeah, I see it.
This one's mine. Stay with me, son.
There you go.
Alright, he's behind the tree. Oh, motherfuck. Oh. Got him at the last second, though. So remember yesterday how we were talking about spicy food? And how spicy is too spicy? Well, my aunt, much as I love her, is from Mexico.
Come on.
And so sometimes things are just spicy because, like, that's just. Oh! Jeff. See? Why
Hope
did
you
he
were
move?
It'll be your turn next.
Anyway, so she
Go
made
on,
potato
Rufus.
salad.
Sniff us out a couple
And it's
more.
fucking
What are
spicy,
you
so I
doing?
have to like
Let's
eat
keep
it with
moving.
the. I'm sorry, she made pasta salad and it's spicy.
Shouldn't we be
I have to eat
going?
it with the potato salad.
can do it, Rufus!
Go! You ready to take a shot, Jack?
Of course, Pa!
Remember, it's all about timing. Wait for your moment. Don't snatch at it.
I know! I saw how you did it! Go find him, Rufus!
Come!
Good boy!
That's it. Good boy. Stay on him, boy.
What you found, Rufus?
Come on, boy. Find us something.
Everything she makes is spicy. Give him a hot bath with tea tree oil and peppermint.
Where is it, boy?
Yeah,
There they are.
that'll be good.
Jack, come on. Steady now.
There you go.
Oh, I missed. Or did I? I got all three.
Whoa there. You saw how I cut the meat, Jack. Now it's your turn.
Go on,
I'll
Jack.
find him. I saw where he went down. Should be just over here. I know I saw him go down somewhere around here. Now, come on.
Come on. Hey.
Whoa.
This is clearing up my sinuses, though, I'll tell you that. Apparently this little boy has cancer. Just found out he's back in the hospital. Oh no. Which part is spicy? Whatever this sauce is that she's put on the noodles. Got a little bit of, just a little bit of spice to it. Can we turn around like little bit? There we go. Jeff, I swear you gotta be so fucking careful right now. Oh, skin animal. There it is. Okay. Okay. Ride to Manzanita. Come on, little kid. It's very good though, but it's just got a little bit of spice to it. The part where I'm like, this kid literally like sideswiped me and almost pushed me off a cliff.
Let's go.
You are crazy.
All right, here we are.
Oh, so now we're gonna
Jack,
sell?
you wait here. I'll be
Sell
just
the
a
elk
moment.
meat at the store. Hello.
Hello there.
Would you like to buy my wares?
Hello there.
Well, let's see what you got.
Elk meat. Oh, it's in alphabetical order, right? Fox meat, elk meat. How many?
And there we are. Enjoy the journey.
I don't remember how many I have to sell him.
Well, that's all I got for you this time.
Wait, I have to sell more. How much do I have to sell him? How much do I have to sell him?
Welcome. Take as long as you like.
Hi there.
Do I have to sell him all of it?
I hope you enjoy a smooth ride.
That's it.
Passing on the right?
All done. Let's head home.
So rude. Almost caused a collision. Caused an accident. I didn't teach him how to drive. I've been an absentee father.
Let's go.
All right, kiddo, let's go.
Never you mind. Enough to keep Rufus out of the stewing pot for a couple days.
What do you get?
Son.
Yeah, you get food.
What can I say? I'm another corrupt landowner. Come.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wait, no, wait, wrong weapon. Stop, turn around. Fuck,
So,
stop,
you
there's
enjoy
a
your first hunting
coyote.
trip?
I need the coyote.
This'll fetch a good price.
Look at the stars. They're like purple and pink and orange and blue. Come on, Jeff. Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, Paul, that was so much fun. I can't rightly believe it. Just like in the books.
Aww.
We'll do it again soon. Now get to your chore.
Basically called me his hero. Alright, now I have to sleep again? Yep. 5 a.m. Okay. Sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Okay, what time is it? It's 3, so I guess we'll go back to sleep again. Are you foreshadowing, David? I don't know if your name is actually even David, but I'm just saying that in a disappointing tone. Are you foreshadowing, Dave?
How are you, son?
Hello, Drunkle.
John, we got a telegram from some lady friend of yours, a Bonnie something or other. Something you ain't telling me?
Bonnie McFarland. She's a friend. Saved my
I was
life
gonna
when
bone
went out
her
to
if you
Bill and
died.
got
I
myself
mean...
killed again.
Oh, and now you two's in the habit of sending each other letters. How very nice.
It weren't nothing like that. What's it say?
I don't know. I can't... Well, you know I can't read.
Give it here.
I'm just a woman. I can't read.
You read that thing out loud?
I ain't hiding nothing. Dear Mr. Marston, stop. Need corn sacks. Stop. Emergency. Stop. Weevils and moths ate entire county supply. Stop. Can you help? Not exactly the most romantic request now, is it?
I guess not. She saved your life, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then you're gonna have to help her and her family out. We've got a plentiful supply of corn sacks over near the silo. About the one thing Uncle didn't manage to have stolen while we was gone.
Okay.
Hurry back, John. And John, what's she like?
Better than you, baby.
A little bit like you, I guess. She's a woman in a man's world.
She jelly.
John, wait! Maybe I should meet this McFarlane woman. Well, come on then. Let's get
Are
going.
you a little jelly, sweetheart? Oh, before time runs out? Oh shit, okay.
I don't think I can let you go off again without me.
Fair enough. I'm glad of the company. You only had to ask.
Ask? I was waiting for you to ask me.
I thought you'd want to keep an eye on the boy.
Oh, while you were off cavorting with cowgirls in the next county?
Well, for one, she can read, seeing as how she wrote me a letter.
That Jack has seen enough of me for a lifetime. So, is she married? This Bonnie McFarlane?
No.
What does she look like?
I don't know. Pretty normal, I suppose.
Normal? What? Normal like me?
No. Normal as in 2 eyes, mouth, nose, that kind of normal. Besides, ain't no woman fine as you.
A little flattery. Now we're finally getting somewhere.
If you find yourself in a
She
hole,
was a hooker.
the first thing to do is stop digging.
Another pearl of wisdom from John Marston. I sure do miss those.
I never took you for the jealous type, Abigail.
I ain't jealous so much as curious.
You heard what she wrote. It's just some corn. She saved my life, and she was decent enough to me, so I owe her this much at least.
How did she save your life anyway?
Yeah, she was a
Found me
hooker.
half dead on the side of the road and took me to the doctor.
I guess they
Most
weren't
folks
called
were left
hookers
for
back
that.
then, but yeah.
Dead from what?
Bill didn't take so kindly to me visiting unannounced.
Bill never did like surprises. How was he?
Same as he was when we left. Angry and dumb. Taking his revenge out on the world. People down there was really scared of him.
Of Bill? You gotta be kidding me. He was only frightening
we're
if he was
halfway.
afraid of dumb fools.
Bill weren't so bad, but when Dutch went crazy, Bill took it hard.
For a while,
They
we
weren't
all
frequently
thought we found
educated, yeah.
something right. Better way to
So
live,
apparently,
but it was just a lie. So
from
you
what
saw
we've
before they
learned
did.
in the game,
But they was still kind of a family.
A family that
is
left you for
he
dead. You
was
knew the
running in a
truth,
gang.
John, and they hated you for it.
He was running in a gang, and they like robbed banks and like killed people and stuff like that. And the whole gang like
Where did they hold you and Jack?
I ain't sure.
had their way with this woman,
Covered there and back. Can't have been too far
and he
from
like
here,
felt
though.
bad and married her.
It ain't the first time I've had a gun to my head, John. You're forgetting your marriage proposal.
Very fun.
No, they learned pretty quick what would happen if they laid a finger on me.
Sons of bitches.
It wasn't them or being there. I didn't care about that. I've been in far worse situations.
Yikes! Yeah, yeah.
You came. Thank you
This is
so
Bonnie.
much.
She's so much
We lost
better.
The entire harvest.
Miss McFarlane, I'd like you to meet my wife, Abigail.
Oh, ain't you quite the gentleman all of a sudden? It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Marston. Likewise. Thank you for saving my husband's life. And for teaching the miserable goat some manners, among other things. I didn't teach him anything. I know better than to try to change a man. You should meet my father. Oh, people can change, Miss McFarlane. John and I have to believe that more than anybody.
This is a decent first harvest for you, John. You should be proud. That's good land you got there.
How are you feeling, Mrs. Marston? From what your husband told me, it must have been awful for you.
I've been through worse, and I knew he'd be back before too long. He can't cook a meal to save his wife.
Abigail, in my darkest hours, when I was most homesick, just the thought of one of your rat meat stews kept me pushing forward.
Well, about as amusing as a weeping saddle sore, ain't he, Miss McFarlane? If you're gonna start yammering about women's work, John, I'd say you might be in the wrong company.
I'd say so, too.
I never felt so outnumbered.
Oops, sorry guys, I didn't mean to hit the mic. Bonnie is so disappointed. Oh, look at the little kick. Oh, she's so bummed.
Ma'am?
She totally wanted to hit that. Oh, she's so bummed. Aw, poor Bonnie. Honestly, I would have totally taken Bonnie if Abigail ended up dying.
So that was the famous Bonnie.
That was her, all right.
She's pretty.
She's normal, like I said.
Well, you always wanted to be a rancher. I'd have thought she'd be just your thing. The perfect rancher's wife, if I ever saw one.
I already got a rancher's wife.
I'm only teasing. I like her, and I'm glad she saved your life. Most of the time, anyway.
Is she giving me permission?
McFarlands are good people.
She did blush redder than a shepherd's sunset when she saw you, though.
I have that effect on women.
You've clearly had one too many blows to the head.
You ain't wrong about that, Mrs.
Who
Martin.
taught me how to... I hate to keep repeating myself because my chat has heard this 100 times, but when they re-released this on PC and remastered it, they didn't really remaster the controls to be on keyboard. So driving is so sensitive because you can't turn a little tiny bit because keyboard and mouse like doesn't work like that.
That doesn't go away. Never over. You think those government men are just gonna leave
So
us
sometimes
alone now?
driving with the horses, they'll just like sharp turn.
And that's it? A life of crime for killing?
We're back together, ain't we?
Until they decide you owe them something else.
Sometimes I think I was the stupid one for believing I could get out. Maybe Dutch, Bill, and Javier were just being honest with themselves.
You ain't perfect, John, and I sure ain't. But you're better than they are. Than they were.
Maybe we can't change. But we gotta try, for Jack's sake. Even if we have to start again 100 times. It's better than going back to what we were. How's Jack doing?
Angry, upset. He's been through a lot.
I hope he's gonna be alright.
It's gonna take time. For a while, his world was safe. Normal, even. Then it got turned upside down again.
You ain't saying much about it.
I've tried to talk to him, but how do you explain any of this? What do you say when he asks about Uncle Bill and Uncle Dutch? They were family when he was a little boy.
He hides away in those books of his.
Wouldn't you?
That's true, that's tough.
It ain't like the real world's done him many favors. He's just been kidnapped. He grew up with the gang. That's no life for a boy.
We did our best to protect him.
Come on, John. He saw things no boy should see.
Well, now we got a chance to make it right.
We did good today, John. I guess I better go fix us something to eat.
Remember, it's not here right now. Well, why not? Oh, here he comes. Here he comes!
Howdy, Paul.
Howdy, Paul. Is there much left of the game? I want to turn this light off for like 20 minutes. Not exactly. Okay. So clearly we're going to be playing for the rest of the night. So I'm going to turn my camera off so I can turn this light off for just like 20 fucking minutes. And then I'll turn the camera back on. It is just, it's too much sometimes, you know? What's he shooting at? I think he's shooting bottles.
You tensing up?
I'm not.
You are. Your back's tense and it's making the rifle jump. Here, let me show you.
I don't need you to show me, Paul.
I guess not.
You'll show me and you'll just run off again or something. It's better I teach myself.
I ain't going nowhere.
Whatever you say, Paul.
Don't be like that.
Sorry.
Oh, because he's 16, he's a little shithead now. Got it.
Wolf's been after the herd. Gotta get out there and scare him off. You wanna come with me? Safer with two.
Okay.
The story behind the scars. I don't think we get one. I mean, like the big scars, like the big scars, like on his cheek, like that. He's always had them. But some of the other smaller, like red scars on his face, are definitely just from like brawling and stuff like that.
All right, let's go.
But yeah, he you start the game with those two on his cheek. You start the game with those.
Come on.
Because he was in a gang before. Yeah, part 2. It's funny because Red Dead Redemption 2 is actually a prequel to Red Dead Redemption. Correct.
Slow up. Come on, boy. Yeah.
Oh, is Little Nightmares 2 a prequel? I didn't know that. I loved Little Nightmares, but I haven't played 2. Not for any reason, just I just haven't played it. Haven't gotten to it.
Where are they, Rufus? Easy. Come on.
Last of Us
Go
Part
get 'em,
1 and
boy.
Part 2 are not. They are definitely sequels. It's so hard to do these quests because Jeff is so much faster. So like if I tap on him a couple times, he's already like gone faster than everyone else.
Look, he's on to something.
You can't be tired already.
Don't fall behind.
The dog literally laid down. Don't fall behind.
Good boy.
Go get him, boy.
Come on. Go find him, Rufus.
Little Nightmares 3. Really?
Come on, boy.
It's yeah. Yeah. I definitely wanted to play this one first. I felt it would do it more justice.
That's a good boy.
There they are.
At a spicy
Good boy,
ranch.
Rufus.
Alright, what do we do? The wolves. Bro,
Whoa,
walk in front of me
let's go.
again. Alright, let's go. No, I don't want my revolver.
Go get him, son.
Okay.
Watch yourself now, son. They might turn on us. Well,
Why can't I? Don't hurt Jeff. Or my dog.
We can't do this on foot, can we?
Fine, you can hurt me. Not Jeff. Or my dog. Don't hurt my dog. Or my Jeff.
Come on, Rufus. Where are the others, boy?
Don't hurt my dog or my Jeff.
Yeah.
We got them good, Paul.
That ain't all the pack. There's got to be more around here.
Okay, slide. Slow slide.
Come on.
A controlled slide.
Whoa. That's it, boy.
Where are you going, dog?
Hey. Yeah. Whoa. find them, Rufus. Whoa,
There's
whoa.
just a whole ass cabin out here.
Come on.
Okay.
Where are them wolves, boy?
Where the fuck did this dog go?
Jack, you're up ahead.
Okay.
Get up from that. They're attacking. Calm down. Don't let him get away.
Yay! Easy.
That looks like all of them. Nice work, Jack.
Nice.
All right, we should head back now. We got out further than I thought.
Okay.
That was some good shooting, son.
He did not do any shooting. Let's be
Hold on
realistic
there,
here.
Cowboy. You ain't ready for that yet.
How
One
bad is
step
the
at a
lighting
time.
when my light's off? Oh, it's not terrible.
We'll go out again
I can do
soon.
that.
Catch something nice for your ma to cook.
Yeah,
I ain't
it's
gonna
not so
tell
bad.
you again, Jack. You don't leave the farm without checking with me first, you hear?
Ooh, there's just a random treasure chest there.
Can I ask you something?
No,
Of course.
you can't.
Were you a murderer?
What?
Were you a murderer?
And he yelled that you were a murderer.
Maybe. But I live my life believing there's a difference between killing and murdering.
What are you doing?
Is Abigail
Not for the
really
person
his
who's
ma?
dead.
I think so.
And I guess I've been both.
I mean,
That's
he
how it
like
goes. We all do
everything
what we
we've
have to
done for the
survive.
entirety of the game. He
Sometimes it
like
ain't pretty.
he did do for his family. Like I do assume that he really does love them, but
All we did was kill a few wolves.
Jeff is
I'm
just too
happy
fast.
with my 2 arms, if you don't
Jeff is
mind.
just too fast. Correct. Yeah, the marriage is not recent. Yeah.
And what about your mom?
Yeah, the kid is like, I think he said he's like 15 or 16 or something like that.
Come on.
Yeah, so the story isn't presented like directly in the sense of like, here, this is what happened. It's presented in the sense that like you meet up with people and they're like, oh, so I heard this, this, and this. Is this true? So it's kind of told semi-non-linearly. But yeah, so he was in a gang and they did terrible things like murdered and robbed and stuff like that. And he left the gang because they did something, which I don't know what it is that they did, but they did something that made him leave the gang. Then several years passed and the government like took like his wife and kid hostage to try to get him to help them like take down the gang. I'm pretty sure is how that happened. No, Corn Girl and him just have excellent chemistry is really what it is. She saved his life, all that jazz. Part 2, you meet the whole gang and Marston is already with Abigail. Yeah. They left him to die. Yeah, but I don't know like what it is the event is yet. Astronaut voice. I don't know what the actual like event is though. I have to go one more time. It's still too early. "4 years, 1 month, and 11 days since the incident." Since the incident. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
John! John!
What is it, old man?
It's Jack. The kid. Well, I just saw him out in the valley. Seems your tales of hunting got the better of him. He said he was going up to the pass, track down that grizzly that's been seen up there.
Kid can't hunt a grizzly. Thing will eat him alive.
I know. I tried to stop him.
But you're worthless.
It's too
as a
quiet. The
lawyer and a
game.
lynch. Damn you, old man. This is my son. Anything happens to him, you wish it was you that bear attacked.
Or are you just saying, like, it's too quiet, like, suspiciously?
Come on.
As in, a little too quiet. Come on, doggy.
Go on. Find Jack, boy. Slow up.
Yeah. Health pack in front of a front, yeah. Yep. It's too quiet.
That's it. Good boy. Come on.
This is fine. Oh, doggy, why are we going over here?
Come on, Rufus.
I have killed this dog so many times by him crossing underneath me.
What is it, Rufus? Are we close? Come on, boy. Where is he?
See? Like, I can't tap. Like, Jeff is just too fast.
Where's Jack? Where is he? You can find him, boy. Come on.
How is this dog doing this, by the way? You mean to tell me this kid trained this dog?
Jack! Can you hear me, Jack? Can anybody hear me? Yeah!
You better be so for real right now.
Let's go!
Oh, help me! I'm hurt!
Jack, stay down! Don't move! Keep your head down!
I was like, there's no way he's not dead.
What the hell were you thinking going off on your own? You're just a boy.
No, I'm not! I can skin an elk, break horses.
Come on, let's get you home.
The oh shucks kicking of the dirt. Ugh.
Now hold tight.
Just for once, I would like the game to bring me there.
You all right?
Yeah, I think so.
You're lucky to be alive, you stupid boy. What'd I tell you about going off by yourself?
I go off by myself plenty. You just
Where
don't
is
know
the
about
dog?
it.
Are you?
You're
Is the
never
dog
around.
behind? Yeah, there he is.
So this is my fault? You disobeyed me.
I was trying to prove myself.
Prove what? By getting yourself killed?
You're always telling me I read too many books, that I'm not a real man.
I never said that.
I just thought if I could do something you'd like, maybe you wouldn't go away again.
Son, I ain't going anywhere. And believe me, neither are you for a real long time.
Oh, you are grounded, mister. No Nintendo for a week.
What's your mother gonna say?
I'm sorry, Pa. Please don't be angry.
I ain't angry. I'm disappointed. Don't you ever run off on
I'm
your
not
own
angry.
like that
I'm
again.
just disappointed.
All right. I told you I was sorry.
What would have happened if I hadn't come along?
I don't know. I'd probably be dead.
You'd be a pile of bones right now.
Yep.
What would you care? I'm just a nuisance to you anyway.
That ain't true, Jack. I do
Yes, it
anything
is,
for
John.
you.
Don't
You know
lie.
that.
I guess there's only room for one hero in this family.
Till
Trust me,
yeah,
son,
exactly.
I ain't no hero.
Pit till Sunday, yeah.
Just
6
glad
ways till
you're
Sunday,
safe.
is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. This crazy.
Going after a grizzly? What were you thinking? You've only been hunting twice.
I'm not a little kid anymore. What are you
Yeah,
doing at my
you've
age?
been hunting 2
Bad
times.
Things nobody should do. But your ma and me, we didn't have what you had.
Yeah, I know. I should be grateful.
I'm not asking you to be grateful. I'm asking you to do what I say before you get yourself killed.
There's always one set of rules for you and another set for everybody else. You think I don't know what you did back in the old days? I'm not stupid.
You could have fooled me.
You think I didn't sit up and listen to Dutch and Bill telling all those stories? You think I don't know who you are?
It ain't no secret I didn't get these scars
Wow, that dog
falling
is
over in
booking
church.
it because I was
But
going so
nobody tells
fast.
me anything. You and Mom pretend like nothing
Look
happened.
at that dog.
We just want a better life for you, son. Now rest. We'll have you home soon.
I'll have you home now.
I'm sorry I made you worry, Pa.
Don't be too eager to grow up, son. Ain't as much fun as it looks. When you're ready to hunt bears, I'll take you.
Okay.
Come on. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Paul.
Need a hand with that?
No, sir, I got it.
Looks like you have. You know, you're real good with them tools.
Thank you, Paul.
You'll make this land real nice.
He
one
healed
day.
real fucking fast from being beat up by a
Me and
bear.
your mother, we'll do our part. By the time your turn comes, hell, this could be the nicest farm in the county.
Maybe, Paul.
That was not all the way
You just
out.
gotta learn to shoot straight or you'll get yourself eaten by some animal.
Very funny, Paul.
Thank you, son. Soon it'll be quail season. We should have some fun then.
Is there anything you don't like shooting, Paul?
Well, I ain't met the thing yet, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know. You can even put it in one of them books you read.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. The day John Marston stopped shooting.
Now, I ain't no literary man, but I don't think that'll sell. People like shooting in them things.
I think you may be right there, Paul.
So, you ever hear talk about them machines that can make a man fly?
Well, sure, Paul. Everybody knows about that. You know they're gonna be bringing one of those machines around the country next year for a demonstration? One of them machines can turn men into angels.
One of them machines.
I want to be a banker, Pa. No, he wants to be a writer. I want to be a writer, Pa.
John, come here, quick! Take a look at that.
Jack.
What?
Go into the house, lock all the
Ooh,
doors.
what am
Whatever
I
happens,
looking
don't
at?
Come outside. You hear me? Whatever happens.
Okay.
Oh,
Come here,
no.
son. Whatever happens, keep the doors locked and your mother inside.
I don't know what I'm
Promise
looking
me,
at.
son.
A
Promise
posse. Yeah, that's what I think.
Who is it, Paul?
It's just some old friends. Me and Uncle take care of it. And you go inside and you keep the doors and the windows locked.
I hear you.
Then run!
Yeah, run, boy.
Well, old man, looks like things is about to get settled once and for all.
So it seems.
Come on, old man. I'm gonna need you to help me
fuck.
hold them off.
Soldiers, eh? Oh shit, I need something that's not...
You gonna pay for that? I'll kill all you sons of bitches! Come on, man! They ain't
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh hell no, you're not Molotoving my shit. Where are the other two? Oh, here's one. Okay.
Come on.
That's obviously not all of them. Go to the house.
Inside. I'll keep watch out here.
Aw, bye, Drunkle.
What are we gonna do now?
What's wrong? What's happened?
Stay inside, you hear? Like I said, there'll be more coming.
Stay.
I don't know, son.
They said stay inside,
Whatever it is,
and this kid's
hands
outside
here.
again.
None of you bastards are leaving here alive!
Defend your house from the army. That's crazy.
I'm taking you all down with me!
Uncle, you alright?
Does that happen no matter what?
Stay away from my... That's too damn close!
Oh fuck, I fucked it up. Oh no. There's more on the other side too.
You said this was over!
This is crazy.
Doing good, son! I did what you wanted! You cowards make me sick!
This is actually crazy. Holy.
I'm proud of you, Jack! Rewarding serving your country, ain't it? You fellas should have stayed at home.
Hey. Join Uncle. Oh, R.I.P. Drunkle.
Hang in there, Uncle! I'm gonna get you out of here safe!
Ain't time, John. I ain't gonna make it off this porch anyhow. You take Jack and Abby. Take them and... Don't worry about me. Just get him out of here.
No! Uncle, please! Oh my god! They killed him!
Come on, son. Ain't nothing we can do for him now.
How can we all beat up again?
We're leaving the farm. I'll watch from the silo. You two go to the barn. Get the horses ready.
John!
I'll meet you there.
Whose uncle? Is it her uncle?
We're gonna head for the barn!
For heaven's sake!
For heaven's sake. Where the hell are they shooting from?
Not bad, Marston! I ain't got time for you!
Run, guys, run!
Come on, let's head for the barn! All right, you're covered! Now go! Go! God help this country if we go to war again! Now!
Where is he? Where the fuck is he?
You all right, Jack? All right, you're covered! Now go! Go! Don't ease up now!
Better sing.
We gotta... You sons of bitches deserve to die!
Where the fuck is this guy? Oh, there he is.
Now! Quick!
Oh, reloading. No! I got so far. Yeah, it's AI. Mm-hmm.
Follow me.
Or from the silo,
Make a
huh?
run for the barn! Let's go! Move! All right, you're
I like
covered!
being more
Now
mobile.
go! Go! Now! Quick! Run for it!
But
Why you want to die?
he's just gliding there.
All right, you're covered! Now go! Go!
Okay, ooh, get this guy. Get this guy. Guys, this way.
Who else wants some?
I'm making sure everyone's dead. I ain't leaving anybody alive. Are you serious? Is you serious? What? What's... It's ridiculous sometimes. Okay, Bard.
Hey, come on. Now listen. Jack, darling, get on this horse. Get out of here. Go find a place to hide.
You're coming with us, Paul.
I'll catch up. You keep riding and don't look back. And don't be worried about me, you hear? Now get going.
You stay out of trouble, John.
Ain't no trouble, Abigail. Ain't no trouble. I love you.
I love you.
Now go! Get!
He's about to sacrifice himself, isn't he? Am I supposed to draw? I don't know what to do. I'm clicking, nothing's happening. Oh. There's no way.
Pa.
Let's go!
I don't think we have time to rest. No. No.
Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie where the coyotes wail and
Hi,
the
JJ.
wind
Welcome in.
blows free. And when I die, don't bury me 'neath the western sky on the lone prairie.
Oh? Oh? Aw. So we're Jack now. Oh, you know what the saddest part is, though? You know what the saddest part is, though? Is that Jeff probably dead. Jeff probably died of old age, so Jeff is gone too. Wait, who's the third one? Is that Uncle? Yeah, that's Uncle.
Come on! Come on!
Ugh. What do I do now, though? Check my map. Okay, so do I have any? I mean, these are like the regular question marks. That's Jeff's son, Chance. Yeah, I don't know what I do now. Go to Blackwater, there's a lead. Okay. So that's not what I meant to do. Let's go there. Okay. Alright, Chance, are you as good as Jeff? No, you're already shittier than Jeff. God, there's literally only one Jeff.
Yeah.
Nobody has the stamina that Jeff has. Oh, I just heard a snake. No step on snake. Yeehaw! See, I have to be careful because Jeff's the only one that has the crazy stamina, so all these other horses will kick me off. Black water.
Come on!
Come on! He sounds so different, it's funny.
Slow it up there.
Okay, here's a little question mark guy. I don't know. I can just leave this horse anywhere. He's no Jeff. Hello.
Hello, young man.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
you work
sir.
with the government? You one of them agents?
Sure, son. Why you ask?
Did you work with a man named Edgar Ross? I have something for him.
Edgar Ross. No, but well knew of him. A fine man if he wanted results. Won himself a chest full of medals. I think he went and retired about a year ago. Last I heard, him and his wife moved out to a cabin on Lake Don Julio. Lucky guy, getting to take it easy. He's fighting crime in this dump, that's for sure.
Well, thank you for the information.
I take it back. That's not Jeff's son. I know. Jeff would never procreate such a ridiculously weak being. Okay.
You won't find Edgar Ross right here. Not these days. Hello, hello.
Wait, can I use the warhorse now? All right, let's see what this horse looks like, guys. Here's the reveal. Oh. You don't look like... What do you look like? You don't look like a Jeff.
Let's go. How you doing?
You don't look like a Jeff. You look like... I don't know what you look like. I feel like you look like... Oh no, you've got blonde hair. I think his name is Justin. I feel like he's a Justin. Doesn't he look Justin-y? Look at him. He looks very Justin-y. Alright. I have to go look for his wife. Where did he say she was? Way up in the fucking woods? Remember my face. Is this what it is? Lake Don Julio. That's the one. Okay. I've never seen a more Justinian horse. That's what I'm saying. He looks like a Justin. But it doesn't slow down off-road. Well, anything is better than Chance or whatever that other horse name was. His stamina's a little bit better. That's Geoff. He sure enough does. Alright, Justin. Jeff is galloping in the stars.
Let's go. Let's go.
I don't like this guy's voice. I thought it would grow on me, but it's kind of not. He's so crass compared to I almost said Arthur. Compared to John.
Work you damn nag.
That sissy spawn of somebody who's not Jeff. That wasn't Chance. Oh, sorry. Chance is still at the ranch. Sorry. Chance is still at the ranch. Sorry. Dixon Crossroads. Wait, there's somebody here. What is this? Is this the lights, camera, action again? Yeah, but what is that one? Remember you could win a land deed by playing... Oh, yeah, yep, okay. Yep, that's the one where you have to play liar's dice, and I really don't want to. That was so hard to do. Off to do stuff. Have a good rest of your night, Jen. I'm probably only going for maybe just a little bit less than 2 more hours. I thought I could finish this game today, but maybe not. Maybe we gotta do it again tomorrow. Oh no, I have to play more video games tomorrow.
Come on, fast!
If you pursue the revenge plot, the game will actually finish. Wait, is this not the revenge plot? Is this a side quest? If I didn't have to hurt those boars, I know if I didn't spend an hour hunting those boars and then the wolf thing and then reloading after the wolf thing because Jeff died.
Great.
Almost. Seriously, almost. Such tight turns.
Let's go.
Hey there. Wait, so the real question, does this mean I have a whole new fresh honor system to abuse? I also have to still kill coyotes.
Perfect shot.
Question mark?
Slow it up there.
Okay, that's a coyote. Does that count? Kill 5 coyotes before any coyote damages you. Why does that look like there's only one?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, his voice is not growing on me. It's so crass. Let's go. What do those challenges give you?
Work your damn leg.
I've just been doing them because I just thought they were fun. Oh no.
Sorry, sir.
I was literally just like chilling, following these dudes. It's cool to get the other. I know, I was thinking of that too. The only problem is like if I spend too long just like goofing off and doing silly stuff, side quests and stuff, like I'll never get to the next game. I'll never finish. And I would like to do Undead Nightmare. I did say I would do that.
How do you do, young man?
Hello.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello, young man.
Hi.
What are you doing out here? Are you out visiting the lake with your family?
No, ma'am. I was looking to deliver a letter to Edgar Ross.
That husband of mine. That bureau just won't get its talons out of him, even though he's retired. Edgar gave them some of the best years of his life. They ought to let him retire in peace. They'll not rest till they've killed him with worry, and he's such a sensitive man. I'm sorry, I shouldn't get so angry. I don't suppose any of this is your fault. There's no need to worry about him nowadays.
Well, where is he?
He and his brother Philip went hunting on the south side of the San Luis River. Be careful crossing over. They were saying it was dangerous.
I sure will, ma'am. And don't worry about a thing. I'm sure your husband will be just fine.
I thought you wanted to speak to Edgar.
Get far enough away so I can camp. This is probably good, right?
There's one.
There's one. You know what's crazy? So like how long do you think has passed? Like how long, like how much time has passed? Like 20 years maybe, right? All these people are still waiting for their side quests to be done? That's crazy to me. Not 20. 10.
Well, hello. Hello.
What brings you out this way?
Hey there, mister. How's the hunting?
Oh, pretty good, son. Got me a few rabbits, coyote, elk. Still looking for some trophies for the parlor.
I've got a letter here for Edgar Ross. You know him?
1914?
Yes, I know him. He's my brother. Gone down river, duck hunt. Must be a pretty important letter to have come all this way.
Oh, yes, sir. Real important. I'll be on my way home as soon as I deliver this message.
You best be off then. Just don't get on his bad side. He's got a filthy temper. Edgar won't be back here for a while.
Where's the... Oh, there. Okay. So 3 years, maybe? There's no way he went from... Because it, like, it implied that the things were, like, weathered and stuff. There's no way he went from that kid to this dude in 3 years. There's no way. But still, that was... Okay, so that would still imply that these people are waiting for their quests to be done for 3 years. Where is this taking me? Because it looked closer than it was. I'm gonna Google after and see. Maybe it's like 7 years or 8 years or some shit.
Excuse me. You Edgar Ross?
Do I know you?
Forgive me for startling you, sir. I have a message for you. My name is Jack Marston. You knew my father.
I see. I remember your father.
I've come for you, Ross.
And you, boy, have sure shit found me.
You killed my father.
Your father killed himself with the life he lived.
You killed it. I saw you.
You keep saying that.
You sent him to do your dirty work. Then you shot him like a dog.
And I'll shoot you like one too, you little piece of trash. Now get out of here before I kill you as well.
I ain't going nowhere, old man.
I know how to duel. Let's go. I did, Nikki. I just finished. I'm gonna keep playing for a little bit longer and hopefully it'll let me. Little introspective. I liked that song. It just, yeah, I don't know. I felt like it didn't fit, but I liked it. Does this have words too? I like when they like at least get to a certain, there we go. They get to a certain point when you can go through them. All right, let's loot this motherfucker.
There's no wonder I've got problems.
Let's loot him. Oh, he had $400. Motherfucker had $400. Holy. All right, let's see what we got for our outfit checklists. Let's see. All right. Complete twin rocks. Capture or kill. Win a duel in armadillo. Okay, let's see. Search Solomon's Folly. Where's that? Solomon's Folly. Where is that? That's gonna be so hard to find, isn't it? Here's Armadillo. Twin Rocks is north. Berlin's.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm
Still a piece of garbage. Hi, Paul. How are you? Okay, is that... It's not in Mexico, right? It's up here, right? I just finished it, Paul. For the first time, I just finished. So now I'm just doing a little bit of Solomon's Folly. Here we go. I'm just doing a little bit of exploring because we have a little bit of time left of stream. Oh, that's too close to a road. Armadillo! Armadillo! Oh, we need 2 more.
Just like you
We need 2 more. There's another one. Oh, I just saw the snake.
Ugh, this one reeks.
Ugh. Alright, I need 1 more armadillo.
Should be able to sell this.
That was a little unexpected. I'm not gonna lie. Good ending. Unexpected, though. Oh, excuse me. Come on, 1 more armadillo. Let's go. I have to sneeze. Oh, wait, are these coyotes? Haha! Kill 5 coyotes for you, they hurt you. Amazing.
Now for the nasty part.
Alright, so I'm searching Solomon's Folly. After I find 1 more armadillo. I probably don't even need all these pelts, but, you know, whatever.
Ugh, Let me take your coat, madam.
Let me take your coat, madam.
Just like you showed me, Pa.
Just like you showed me, Pa. Alright, I'm not doing all that. I am gonna try to get one more armadillo, though. There's gotta be another one. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. Are you serious? Like, there's no way. Come on. There's no way I just saw two and then all the others are just like, no, no. Where's the screaming coming from? Where is the screaming coming from? Armadillo, 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 armadillo. Come on. Those are wolves. I don't need you. There's no way. There's no way I lucked out to two right away. That's a fucking bird. No way. There's no way I lucked out to two right away and now I can't find a third. That's bullshit. Alright. I'm just gonna start running on the way. Let's get Justin. Maybe we'll get lucky on the way. What is all the shooting?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Take that, boys!
You know what? You've pulled that trick too many times. Just brought out an armadillo. I need to shoot it. I need to shoot it. Wait, what? How am I supposed to get up? Here? Woo! Justin, buddy. That was close. Rio Bravo. That's a bunny. That's a coob. Look at all the birds. What are you? I think you're just a beaver. Nope, you were a fox. Never got a nutrition map. So I don't know. I didn't find any. So whatever the quest is that starts the treasure maps, apparently I didn't do, so we can do that too. Wait, why did you just turn me back around?
Come on!
Still in a safe. Rescue the safe. Whoa. Hello, that's cool.
Mister, these fellers robbed a bank in Armadillo. I've been tracking them ever since. I'm a bit outnumbered. Would you mind lending your gun?
Sure. Do I have all the same guns as my dad? Hell yeah, I do. Okay. No, I don't have any weapons. I don't have any ammo for that shit. I don't have any ammo for that either. Damn, fine.
Follow me this way! Where'd he go? I can't catch the devil now.
How is this guy still alive? I am stuck on a table. Get on the wagon. Oh, I will. Oh, Justin. No loot. Doesn't look like it.
Thanks for your help, mister.
Armadillo. Let's go.
The safe to the banker in Armadillo.
Ugh. Okay, back on the road again. Maybe I'll see an armadillo on the way to Armadillo. I really literally need one more. I cannot believe. Gosh, these horses go so slow. Oh, somebody's chasing me? You coming for me? That's cute.
Who's next?
That's cute. Said I earned gold something for completing an objective. I don't know what that means. There's not any more armadillos, that's so funny. Richley's Ranch. Oh, no. I crossed into traffic like that. What makes my snake eye go back up? Oh, you guys are not helping me right now.
You were me, friend.
Are these horses just staying on the path somehow? a rabbit, not an armadillo. Oh wait, nobody ever answered. What do I get for doing the challenges?
You got our safe back. I never thought I'd see that again.
There you go,
I
sir.
cannot thank you enough, sir.
Solomon's Folly complete. But what does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? I didn't go there yet. Congrats, you completed Solomon's Folly. Press escape and check the challenges submenu to see your results. I'm in the challenges submenu. Get the safe back. Okay, you've earned for completing objective. Press escape and collect challenge. I'm so... what is... like, why? It says not here, though. So now I have to do the Fort Mercer challenge? Hog tie for prostitutes. What is this? Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I still want to look at my ones. Okay. Survivalist. Yeah, I need one more armadillo. Kill 5 flying birds from a moving train. I mean, I can do that, but I just need to get on a train somewhere. Oh, shoot. Where do I need to go? Benedict Point.
Hurry up and get in.
Well, I guess I can just go to my waypoint. It doesn't really matter.
You've got enough time for that.
That's so specific. I know.
All right, wake me up when we arrive.
Okay. Thanks. All right, let me buy this house first. Oh, an armadillo! An armadillo!
Ugh. Let me take your coat, madam.
Here we go. I wish it would just show the next one instead of me having to pull it up. Oh, I need more desert sage too.
This is just what I need.
Is that what this is? Yerp. Nice. Yeah, I want this house right here. Easy, Jackaroonie. Easy, Jackie. There we go. Nice. Great job. This one.
There's one.
Red sage. Okay. I need both of those, so that's fine. Benedict Point. Wait, is this not where the rentable... What's over here? Oh, I'm a loser. I'm a loser, baby. Come on, Justin.
Work, you damn nag!
Oh!
Hello!
Hangout is deserted at the moment. You maybe more if you check back here later. where? There's nothing here? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, search Solomon's Folly. I can't. Search Thieves Landing. That's an entire town. So, like... Okay. Well, that was the first one I was gonna do. Search Solomon's Folly. So how do I make them... like, go here? Claim of Ballard Twins gang bounty alive. Minute horseshoes in McFarland's ranch. Complete the lights, camera, action, strangers task. Okay. So, alright, let's try the one that's Thieves Landing, I guess. Because that's a whole town. Over here. So, like, we just gotta... like, we just gotta figure it out. Also, I need to see what my other challenges are. Okay. Master Hunter. 2 cougars with your melee knife. That's great. Love that. And then the 5 flying birds. Okay, that's fine. I just have to get on the what you call it? Oh my gosh, a donkey! It's not a donkey, it's a very sick horse. Look at this guy, is so weak. Yeah, he's like already out of stamina, that's crazy. It's like sickly. This horse literally won't let me, like, go down. There we go. This horse is, like, dying.
Shooter, you think that gun is any less useless than your friend?
Wow!
Come on!
That was crazy.
Easy there.
Alright, enough of this sick, dying horse. You're free. You're free to go live your life. Well, I guess I'll just do this. I'll just go there. Look at that sick, dying horse. Okay. Ew, why am I on this horse? That's not my horse, is it? No, see? My horse is good.
Well, butter my butt. Hello there. I reckon it's gonna flood, just like last spring. Well, butter my butt.
Wow. Hi, Justin. Let's oh, it's full. Okay, that's fine. I just happened to grab that horse to be silly. Okay, so where do I look? Search.
What's going on?
No! I tried to jump from that one to the other one and he went sideways. That was stupid. Right.
My apologies, mister.
Am I still in Thieves Landing? Yeah, okay. So, where do I search? Hello? Here's the thing. I can't search this.
What can I do for you today?
Hey, Yellow Belly, come here.
Yellow Belly. Hello.
Let's see how fast a girl like you draws.
Oh, you want to duel with me? Okay,
Hope you
let's
can
do that.
back that up, partner.
Okay. Jacques Billeray. Excuse me? How did his bar fill up so quickly? Interesting. Okay. I feel like Jacques Billeray did the same thing to me last time too. Alright. So I searched there. I searched there. Oh wait, there's an above floor general store?
How can I help you?
Can't go there, okay. Okay. Taint. What does that say? Taint toilet something? Where are you supposed to be searching in Thieves Landing? Yeah. Okay, let's check in here. Inu! Thank you so much for the raid! Parlock, hello, how are you? Inu, how is Minecraft? Oh my gosh, it's been forever! Welcome in, everybody! Thank you so much for the raid, thank you so much for being here. We just beat Red Dead Redemption, so now I am side questing and trying to just complete as much as I possibly can. Yeah, we just beat Red Dead. It's been so fun. How is your stream? How is Minecraft? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, hi. If you've never been here before, if you don't know who I am, hello, my name is Krista. Excuse me. Or Pinxel. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Krista or Pinxel, but most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. If you need to raid and run to take care of yourself post-stream, by all means, please do so. But that was a delayed reaction on my alerts there. But for everyone else who is here hanging out, I appreciate you. And yeah, we've got a little raid video that I like to show just so we can kind of show off the community, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
It's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Video has so much more content. I love it. Yeah, I update it I try to update it like twice a year. Doesn't always happen, but I try to update it twice a year. But thank you guys. I'm sorry. Did I hit you in the nuts? Damn. Yeah, I try to update it. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I know, and far too long. I know, it's been a little while since I've seen you. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. How's things? How's life? How's stream? How's all of the above? I am Cat. I can help you. That game was so fun. I could probably like trophy hunt it. Ooh, a hostel. I can't go in though. I could probably trophy hunt that game very easily. What was it? It was called Stray.
Thanks. I mean it.
Okay. Let's sexing livestock quarterly. Wow. Europe at war. Okay, that's not me. President Reyes denies he is a tyrant despite massacre. Marshall Johnson of Armadillo retires. Handsome man of means wishes to correspond with a modest, voluptuous young lady who has a mind of her own. Hair color and length optional. Impeccable skin and grammar a necessity. It's great. I changed up my stream setup. It looks more like a TV show. Yay! I've enjoyed opening animation of custom opening things. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. I love the creativity that streaming brings out of people. All right, Poker Room, the Armadillo Saloon in Cholla Springs. Your speaking voice does not need to proclaim your lack of education. Okay, so those aren't really me. Anthropologist turns savage. Yale professor Harold McDougall has been expelled from the university following a drunken brawl with fellow academic Lionel Fortesque. Yeah, he's insane. He is fucking crazy. Shocking report claims cocaine bad for health. Yeah, because this guy, because Harold McDougall literally took cocaine by the vial full. Lyndon Ricketts dead. Do you have closing credits? You guys sitting through the credits, I think, is the funniest thing. I need to come up with an end credits thing. I just don't have an idea. Return the stolen horse. Yeah, right. I was reading the newspaper. There's no way. Okay, so excuse me. We have to search Thieves Landing, but the thing is, like, I can't go in half of these buildings, so it's obviously not that. So, like, Dixie Rose. Can I go in here? Okay. Nope, not there. You want a syringe of cocaine? Yeah, that was insane. When he straight up offered me a syringe of cocaine. No, I can't go in any of these rooms. Hello. Hello.
Sorry, miss.
I'm just looking for treasure. Don't mind me. Just looking for treasure. I can't go back in that way? That's crazy. Okay, so let's go into the saloon. And maybe I can go into different rooms in the saloon. Oh, I did go upstairs. Yeah, I did. Okay. Hello? Just a back door? Great. Where do I look? Yeah, see, this is the back of this. I'm about to look this stuff up. I don't want to, but like... Where do I... The whole town? Where the hell do I go? Like, this looks like it has an upstairs. But unless I'm stupid or blind... Yeah, see, I can't go in there.
Careful.
Okay. Boat repair. This is unfortunately where I died earlier because he doesn't know how to jump. Harbor Master? Nope. Okay, none of these open. So clearly it's not these. Gunsmith.
What have we here?
Do you have guns?
Seems to me
Sawed-off shotgun, sure. So it looks like they each have different inventory. Which kind of makes sense. Whatever. Doctor?
Don't mind me.
What can I do with the doctor? Apparently nothing, because he doesn't work. Doctor.
How are you, sir?
Let me show you. You know that old timer done shit himself again? How you doing? You need anything else?
St. John's coming around for a breakfast meeting next
That's all I need.
Well, shit. Okay. Where now? Okay, so I looked in the gunsmith, I looked in the doctor. I'm trying to do... Search Thieves Landing? I guess? So I'm just... searching Thieves Landing? Because I tried to do search Solomon's Folly, but it was like, this gang hideout is inactive. Come back later. So I figured there's probably just like a rando chest somewhere around here. Who?
Oh my! This guy just robbed us. Please, you gotta go after him.
Oh, okay. Okay, look at that lasso, guys. Do you see that?
I got you now.
The chest in your room? That seems silly. Like, that seems like that defeats the point.
There we go. Who the hell do you think you are?
That's why I was like, I kind of want to look it up because I'm like, where the heck do I go? Thieves Landing is the only settlement with no law enforcement? I don't think I ever realized that. That makes sense though. They just all agreed, like, it's fine, leave him alone. Here you go, lady.
Here, I thought you might want to teach him a lesson.
Mighty good of you. Please, keep something for yourself.
You safe. Okay, so let's look here for a second. Like, that's all like on the docks. All right, I'm looking this one up because that way at least if I kind of can see what I'm looking for. Oh, what's a guys? I feel so like out of touch. What's in Toblerone? Can I even eat it? I can't. It has almonds in it. Okay. Anyway. All right. So the Ballard twins outfit is what we're going to look up here. Just don't stand too close together. That's too bad. Yeah. Unfortunate. All right. I just need to know, like, I imagine it's a chest, right? What? Inside a chest in the office of the warehouse by the pier. Okay, so I was like, right. What's the warehouse on the pier? This one? I couldn't get in this one.
How you doing?
Yeah, so it's not here. The warehouse on the pier.
You want something from me?
Where you and Irish went? This one? I don't remember. This is the pier, right? Like...
Sorry, I was miles away. Oops.
Oops. This is the harbor master. I'm very confused right now. That one? No. Oh, my house is right next to me, so across the water here? Here? What's this one? That's the hostel. Over here. Shipyard? Mmm. Okay, now we're cooking. Oh, yeah. I remember this quest. Here's the office. Here it is. Dang, that was kind of hard to backtrack and find. Okay, so now I can go back to the other ones then, right? That was the wrong button. That was also the wrong button. Outfits. Okay, so I just tried to do Solomon's Folly, but they were like, there's no one here. You have to come back. So I don't know where that one is, unless it's someplace that's not actually there. Silent Stead. I'm not sure where that is. Sepulchro. Sidewinder Gulch. Okay. Sepulchro is down here. I remember that. There's Sidewinder Gulch. So probably one of these is we're gonna have to search here. One. And then... Sepulchro is right here. So probably in here is we'll just search there. And what was the other one? Hennigan's Stead. No. A different stead that I don't think I've ever heard of. Starts with an S. I'm just drawing a blank on it. Do I not have all of the maps? There's rentable property everywhere. Oh, there's Aurora Basin. So what do you search there? Here? Okay, that's whatever. Okay. Let's go to Stagecoach. Probably faster this way. Hello, sir. Take me to exactly where I need to go.
Where do you want to go?
To my waypoint for $33.
Feel free to go to sleep in there
there, sir.
Holy smokes.
Here I am.
I'm exhausted. Give me a nudge when we're getting close.
We've arrived, sir. Whoa!
Which kicks me out. Most unfavorable prices. That makes sense. I think I remember you saying that one time too. Here's a chest. Let's see. Updated. Okay. Next. Wait, wasn't the other one closer? Oh, there's a person here. Interesting. I'm stuck. How is there a person here? How is there a person here? I always make this mistake. It always looks so much closer on the map. Hello.
Hola, señor. Hola.
Hola, señor. ¿Ha visto una piedra que parece así? Vaya, que es muy importante.
No, comprende.
Oh, we can use English if you prefer. Or Dutch, maybe. German, Italian, yes, no?
English is fine.
Bueno. As I was saying, have you seen a rock that looks like this? I'm trying to track down a family heirloom. Left here by my tatarabuelo.
Not sure I get your meaning.
My great-grandfather? No. Great-great-grandfather. Yes. Anyway, a great man. So, he was given a map to a treasure hidden in the hills of Nuevo Paraíso by the Aztecs shortly before he burned a lot of them for heresy. Like I said, a great man. And the first key is finding this rock right here. Unfortunately, I am not the great adventurer my abuelo was. I'm having no luck whatsoever. And my wife and children, stuck in the capital, continue sending me wires asking, when am I going to see my papi again? And I tell them, it is Aztec gold, you ungrateful wretches. Aztec gold!
And if that ain't teaching the young right from wrong, nothing is.
Well, exactly. You certainly look like the type who can get things done. I would, of course, offer a reward if you would aid me. Actually, we were not properly introduced. Basilio Aguirre Olmos de la Vargas.
Jack Marston. Let's see that map.
Once you find the missing pieces to the map, meet me back at El Matadero.
Sure.
Farewell, Marston. To fame and fortune.
Can I look at the map? Oh, no, I just have to explore. Okay. That makes sense. Dig. Wow, that's so hidden. Oh, Dave, is this the one? Is this the quest that you do that unlocks treasure maps? Oh, that's just money. That's cool. That's that gold journal entry. Is that it? Find the next piece. Location in Primera Quebrada. Primera Quebrada. Where the fuck is that? We're here. If it gives you another map, it just did, yeah. Alright, let's see if Justin can get here without dying. Yeah, be a more open area, okay. Okay.
Let's go! Let's go!
You're an annoying turn, aren't you? Sorry.
Let's go!
You've started the Tesoro Azul challenge. Oh wait, let me do this, yeah. We all know I like to kill people. Let's do that one. That one. Can I just go in? Yep. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I want to see.
Better get out of the way!
Where the fuck is he? Fuck is he? There he is.
Real outlaws! I learned that from my pa!
Bro, there's no way to survive if this guy survives.
¡Somos inocentes! ¡Te vas a
Oh, was that the boss? Sorry.
So much for my Mexican vacation!
Yeah? Was that what we were planning on doing here? Rescue the deputy by killing the gang leader. Oh, let's do that. Oh, he's in the other building?
Well.
¡Lárgate ya de aquí!
Gracias.
Tesoro Azul complete. I didn't get any like gold medals or anything for that one. Unfortunate.
It might as well be me, mister.
Press escape and do the challenges submenu to see your results. But it's not. It's not in here. I want to see my results and I can't. See? Like... I can't. You won't show them to me. Oh, here we go. Wait, what? So, since when are they thingies? That's crazy. How am I supposed to know that shit? Hi, Ray. I finished the game. Now I'm just doing cleanup stuff. Oh my gosh, 168 Mexican army killed. That's insane. All her twins get okay. Collectibles. See, it has to be here. There's no other place for challenges to go. So how do I know what the objectives were to be able to do it? Oh my god. Since fucking when? It never did that before. Okay. Find 3 treasure chests. Kill the gang leader without Deadeye. Kill 7 debt criminals with throwing knives. So how do I do this again? How do I do this again? I want to do it again. Oh, see, Solomon's Folly. I got 3 headshots. Crack the safe on the first try. Return the safe and fire 15 or less shots. That's crazy. I thought I've done more challenges than just these ones. Yeah, like I thought I did another... Whatever. Oh, JJ, thank you for the streak. Find a way to get a land deed, okay. Search the area for clues. Info. By Hanging Rock. Okay, that's way up here. Yeah. Thanks for streaking. Wondering... I def saw a Nodi at... Yeah, I've been streaming all day because I wanted to finish this, which I did. I finished the game. I'm Jack now, as you can see. I cried a little bit. And yeah, now we're just cleaning up. I'll probably try to do Undead Nightmare this week. And then we'll move on to Red Dead 2. And then my plans after Red Dead...
Just a quick look.
I'm debating. You guys can help me choose. I'm debating. And when I say help me choose, I literally mean I want to do both of these things and I just can't decide which one to do first. So, I would like to, after Red Dead 2, either play Last of Us 1 and 2 together or play Subnautica Sub-Zero for a little bit because I'm sure that will probably only take me like a month or so to beat. and then do Last of Us. So it's just more like, do I want to take a little side journey, or do I want to hop right back, like right into the other games, which I definitely want to play. It's just a matter of like, which one do I do first? Which one do I do first? Where's, oh, thingy. Nothing? Just money? Okay. Undead? Yes, we're doing undead, don't worry.
What have you got for me?
I glitched for your... All I said was, either after I finish Red Dead 2, I immediately go into Last of Us 1 and 2, which would be a 2-part, or I take a little tiny little side break and I do Subnautica Sub-Zero first and then do Last of Us 1 and 2. Last of Us. Well, the first one, I've beaten the first one so many times that I'm more like, Ray, how many? I streamed it to Ray and I think I beat it in like 21 hours or something like that. So like I could go through it pretty quickly, but I more really just want to play Last of Us 2. But I know that there's a good part of my audience that hasn't watched me play the first one. We did it in a weekend? No, we did it like 3 Tuesday nights. It was either 3 or 4 Tuesday nights when we hung out. The fuck was that? That was crazy. Yeah. Perdido. Oh yeah, I meant to go hit the other part of the map too, which I clearly forgot to do. Which I very clearly forgot to do. Whoa now. Thought we did it more than a row. Sure we didn't take a weekend? No, we didn't. We did it on Tuesdays. We may have done like a Tuesday and a Wednesday at one point, but yeah, it was definitely after work. In 24 game, yeah. But like I said, it's more that I want to play part 2 because it came to PC back in March and I just been sitting on it since then.
Come on, faster!
It was your, yeah, probably your weekend. Probably. Irregardless. Uh-huh. Are you out of work?
Work, you damn nag! Yeah!
On irregard. Mm-hmm. Even more made-up words. I love it. Just think of how much more we would have gotten done if I didn't waste so much fucking time looking for boar.
Yeah!
You're in your living room?
Yeah!
Wait, don't you have the same place as before? Like, do you have separate rooms now?
Let's go! Let's go!
My poor Pinky can't wait to take a break, though. Go meet the gunslinger by the wall. What is this? Oh, is this the Fort Mercer thing?
Hey, amigo, my name is Leon. Can you help me get into
Call
the
no.
fort? A gang is using it as a hideout.
It's not that it's small, it's a studio, so it's everything is the same. I live in a studio too, I just have curtains. Come on.
What does the name Marston mean to you?
I'm wasting too much time. I gotta go in. Or I can't. Amazing. There's gotta be a way to go. Like, there's gotta be a way to get in here, right? I'm gonna fail this one so bad. Box you climb up? Oh, this one's a big old fail. Can't see through the trees. I can't see through the trees. Oh, teehee.
No tientes a tu suerte, amigo.
Teehee. If you clear, so like, do these have to reset, right? Because like, how are you supposed to do some of these after? Open the doors to the fort from the inside. They reset? Oh, good. So I was like, how do you get better at them? How do you do them again? Thank you. Now come on. The bandit leaders.
Leader, quick, kill them!
Oh, they pick their guns back up. That's kind of funny.
The money in that room.
Honor minus 50. 4K.
It looks like these chests are all that is left. You can have whatever is in there. I will look around for what I need.
Okay. Okay. Let me see what I missed on that. For Fort Mercer. Disarm the 3 gang. Hog tie the 4 prostitutes. Kill 10 enemies with a shotgun. That's crazy. Wait, how come it's not marked? What? It's checked, but it's not. There's no time. Hello. Can I have this loot, please? No, 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 no. I don't want your slow horse.
Forgive me, sir.
For this loot. Okay. And then where where was I going that I got distracted by murder? Okay, let's just go. Let's just go. Ow. Come on, Justin. Just in time. Come on. There he is. There he is. See, I just get easily distracted by murdering. Easily distracted by murdering. Mercer Station. Chola Springs. Nope.
Yeah, I'll pay you all right.
I'm sorry, are you chasing me? That was cute. That was cute. Where the fuck am I going? Oh my god, did I change my waypoint marker? I think I did. I think I changed my waypoint marker to something else and I forgot, and we're going like across the whole map. Armadillo.
Work your damn neck.
Maybe not? I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going anymore.
Yeah.
But wherever it is, it's very far.
Yeah.
Yep, hanging rock. I did. I fucking changed my... Yeah, I changed my quest marker on accident. Alright. So... which was this way? Yeah. This guy always sounds like he's out of breath. Hello.
You gotta help me, mister.
I don't trust you. I'm sorry.
Oh, mister! Some city fella just attacked me and broke my leg.
What?
He broke my leg. Some city fella. Guy got kind of creepy on me, and then he got violent.
When was this?
Just now. He ran off that way. Can't have gone too far.
Well, if I see him, I'll bring him back this way.
Thank you, mister.
You're all crazy.
Thank God. I've been waiting an eternity.
Hog tie? Why was he laughing like that?
Don't take me back to that man.
Wait. Do I vaguely remember this? I feel like I vaguely remember this.
A nightmare.
Like, is he like a cannibal or some shit?
Please. I'll do anything.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this.
You took your sweet time. Wait, you ain't even that same fella.
Oh my good lord! Please get that man away from me!
Hey, fella! You broke this poor fool's leg, mister.
This maniac tried to eat me! We've got cannibals in these here hills! Please help me!
Yeah.
Please!
Fella's gotta eat now. Fella's got to eat.
Save me from this freak, please! Please!
Or kill the cannibal and free him. You're welcome.
You won't be needing this.
You're welcome. All right. Now, that one's done. Flowers for a lady. I don't have the stuff. All right. It is 11:55. So, the last 5 minutes, I'm just going to make it back to a place to live. Right here. And that'll be it. And then I guess I will probably try to like grind / 100% this off stream because I do want to. I don't feel like I'm that I said I was 70%, so I'm not that far off. But I do plan on doing Undead Nightmare. Don't worry, Dave. I do plan on doing Undead Nightmare. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow, depending on how work goes tomorrow. If I'm not too busy. So the plan is for tomorrow. The plan is I'll play it tomorrow. Wednesday is Elden Ring with Key. Friday is the Night Rain release, so I'll be playing that. Saturday, Sunday, so maybe Sunday, unless I'm playing more Night Rain. But the plan is tomorrow, for sure. At this point is Jack. Really? That's kind of a bummer. So do you have to restart the game? You have to do a second profile or whatever? I definitely got my money's worth. Definitely got my money's worth, that's for surezies. What are people freaking out for? Is there like a gang coming through town? Like, what's going on? I can't save right now? Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. All right, guys, we did it. It took like 8 months or something because I took too long of a break and then I forgot and I had to restart the game and it took a long fucking time, but we beat Red Dead. Nope, I can just reload like the other save, like the first attempt at the save, the first save. I can just redo the first save. All right, let's see if anyone's on to raid. I'm not sure. Monday night at midnight. Thank you guys, thank you. I'm glad I finally finished the game. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. A lot of people playing Claire Obscure, so I can't. We did it! We did it! We did it! Yeah! Thanks, guys. It's been a little bit since we've beaten a game. Not that we haven't beaten a game in a very long time, but I've just been bouncing around a lot. Tora is playing Oblivion. Is anyone playing this? Sniper Princess is playing Red Dead. Who is this? Let's listen to this person for a second. Alexa, stop. Let's maybe try this person. A new person? Let's see. New person? New person? Question mark? New person? Question mark? All right, guys. Yeah, new person. Don't know how this is gonna go. Don't really know them very well. They're playing Red Dead. So yeah, let's be nice to them. Say hello. Copy and paste the raid message so they feel really cool and special. And hopefully, again, I don't want to make promises because work has been super worky lately. But tomorrow, the plan for tomorrow is Undead Nightmare. Oh, wait. That was weird. That was really weird. Okay, now? Do they not allow raids?